Hello and welcome to the LCK. I am Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and we have Gen.G up against DRX for our first match of the night. We got KT versus Dplus Kia a little bit later on. Today's going to be a great day of games. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
I am feeling great. We had some back and forth yesterday, and I'm hoping that today DRX can maybe mimic some of the miracle that Brian was able to find last week when they did beat Dplus, because they need to win. Unfortunately, they're up against Gen.G, and Gen.G haven't really lost yet and have looked like the best team in the LCK.
Still undefeated, the only team to actually achieve that so far. They're 4-0. It's still early on, but DRX as well on the opposite side of things, the only team to not pick up a victory, so looking for one tonight. They have only won one game so far, and we'll have to see if that changes here. As Gen.G, they're looking pretty unstoppable at this point, and DRX, they're really going to have to throw a wrench into the gears if they want to have a chance.
And the only game that DRX actually have was against Dplus, which is a whole thing in of itself, as the undefeated Gen.G, as mentioned, have also taken out a lot of their direct competitors. One against T1, one against KT, and will be taking on Dplus later this week. So DRX here seemingly just an opponent for defending champions to take down. And DRX, at the beginning of the split, looked better than last time around, even though that wasn't necessarily that high a barrier. But
yeah,
I feel like they've regressed, as we've seen more and more, and today it will be Juhan and Fate starting here for the first time. Juhan, definitely a good call. Kroko has been having a very, very rough split, but Fate coming back is somewhat of a surprise.
Yeah, and important to note that Juhan has played, but he hasn't started.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
He's coming in for the first time, and Fate, we will see him for the first time. So that's going to be interesting. It's the battle of the 2005-born rookie AD carries, as FaZe's still technically a rookie for this year. Kind of weird to say that. And he's at the apex of his form, which is also weird to say because we haven't seen him much. It's only been the 1 year. And Paddock's still looking to find his moment of fierce growth as well. He's looked pretty good, but FaZe's definitely on another level so far.
Yeah, but Paddock has looked pretty great, particularly taking into account that he was called up from Academy, skipped Challengers, straight up to the LCK. Individually, he's been fine. Has been having a couple of over-aggressive moments, but you'd rather reel it back in than have a AD carry that doesn't play aggressive, particularly with some of the picks like Zeri, like Aphelios. But he's going up against what is probably the best rookie we've seen in like 5 years of LCK in pace, and the rest of the team also pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Delight as well, coming over from Brian from last year, has made a nice support here for FaZe in his rookie season, alongside of their very strong side of the top side of the map, especially their mid and jungle. Doran has been kind of a different story. He's been great sometimes, really not good other times. We know what he's capable of, hoping that he can find some consistency sometime here in round one.
If we had peak Doran, you know, finals Doran every single series, Gen.G would look even more unstoppable than they already do. But as we all know, that is definitely not the case. Doran really...
He's making it fun.
He's keeping it interesting, Valdez.
Keeping it lighthearted, yeah.
Making sure that we don't get carried away. And he will be facing a tough opponent today, Rascal, for all the struggles of DRX. Rascal, both in lane and outside of it, has been a small ray of hope for this roster.
Yes, absolutely. As the roster seeing a lot of changes, Micro's really not wasting any time this time in summer, which I think is good. You know, coming in, they have a deeper roster. They have Juhan coming in. They have their 2 Academy players. So they say, hey, let's mix it up. Let's mix and match and see what works. And yeah, it's been fun to see. I was actually watching Showmaker stream the other day, and both Beryl and DuckDom are mods in his channel, and they were chatting quite a lot. We don't really know what the story will be for DuckDom, but Beryl's still here, and seems like they're in good spirits there at least, and hoping that they can find some here on the competitive side of the Rift. Apparently this guy looks like Rascal. He does, actually. a gasp from the crowd. They're like, whoa, he really does.
Maybe that's the luck that Rascal need, as we are going to take a look at the key players here. So telling here is the amount of damage that Paddock is able to do, because, guys, he doesn't get a whole lot of gold.
No.
He really doesn't.
11th.
And damage share being on 80 carry is good, but being this high is definitely a rough one. And it's something that, coming in, as mentioned, I think Paddock individually has been great. It just hasn't mattered because the laning of him and most notably Barrel still has been a consistent point of weakness for this team. And I've just fallen apart in so many mid-game scenarios, unable to actually catch a win.
Did I just see a fist bump there? Are we going full Valorant now? Like, what is going on?
I like
League players don't do the fist bump nearly as much, at least here in the Korean region, the LCK. But Paddock's trying to get his team pumped up. It looked like he was fist bumping Fate there. Not 100% sure. Rascal had like a sly grin as he was waiting to come on to the stage as well. So hopefully spirits are not too far in the dumps, as has been their scoreline.
And I got a feel for Fate as well, because Juwon coming in, Juwon is a player that has been pivotal in DRX over the last year and a half. Without them, they wouldn't have made it to Worlds, right? Like, you subbed in a couple of really crucial times last year in the Gauntlet, and Peanut has definitely had his days where he's looked off and has been bested by junglers generally perceived as weaker. But I am very worried for Fate, because Fate did not have the greatest spring, wasn't really able to show a whole lot of anything, and he's going up against Chovy. And Chovy, especially domestically, is not an easy opponent to take on.
Yeah, I think you're putting that very lightly.
Very lightly. We got to keep it interesting, Valdez.
Probably for the best. Yeah, I was saying before we went live, I'm like, wow, it really feels like Fate is kind of being sacrificed here, which is, I don't think, too fair. And Fate, he hasn't been the greatest, but I feel like he was also one of the better players, honestly, for DRX in Spring, which, you know, again, they didn't have a lot of success, so it's not saying too much, but at least maybe he can bring some of that momentum into his first match here for Summer and not feel too nervous. Perhaps this can be a matchup where he's like, well, you know, it's Chovy, right? It's Gen G. They're not losing. Maybe he won't have as much pressure. As we are going to jump into the pick ban here. Gen G starting on blue side, which nowadays it feels like is still stronger, but teams are beginning to pick red side as well. So some diversification when it does come down to the side selection.
As LeBlanc is going to get taken away, the Shiv build has taken over the really entire world by storm, is slated for some very heavy nerfs down the line.
By storm, you say?
Yeah, by electric storm, one might even say. Val, that's very interactive build. We have seen some developments. Kaisa is one that is been used not only in LEC, we actually saw it in Challengers today as well, though. Did lose. And then also the Tristana, which we know Gen G love, so Tristana priority I expect to be pretty high here from their side, maybe a B3 pickup. And Milio is going to be open and seems like a no-brainer. Or you just, you know, be one of Felios and call it a day.
Yeah, and we might see Milio get taken away here by Paddock and Barrel. You can play so many different 80 carries with the Milio. And you really don't want to give over Aphelios Milio, although Aphelios Yumi has been strong as well. Draven being considered here would be a pretty early pick for it, but you could just go Draven Milio.
I like it. It denies the Milio, and going Yumi here is going to feel very weak for Gen G, which is something that we often see when the Milio does get taken away. And I like this angle from DRX. I don't think you're winning mid to late game against Gen G in any scenario. Like, just with how the teams have been playing, right? With how the macro looks, with how the team fighting looks, doesn't seem like a feasible strategy. So going all in on early laning pressure is great. Would love to see them round this out with an aggressive early game jungler. Viego comes to mind. Obviously, we've been saying this a while, but a Rek'Sai could be an option here. Volibear, anything that can apply some reach pressure. As Gen G is saying, yeah, we don't really care what you do in the early game. Chovy back on Pigeon duty.
It's a great pick on 13-11. It's got some small buffs which help it in the lane, so it gets past the lane once again, and that allows you to be a threat throughout the game, as he always was in the past. So he's back. His kit is the same. Some small buffs push him over the edge. Now, what is Fate going to pick up here for the team? We're seeing a lot less jungle priority nowadays, and that's leading to a lot of jungle diversification as well. A lot of new picks coming in. So yes, Ahri is going to be prioritized here. No Corki shenanigans or anything like that. Just straight up Azir versus Ahri.
And there's an opportunity here for Gen Z to really pinch the jungle pool for Juhan. And for Juhan, like I said, I really would love to see whichever aggressive early game jungle is left open. Obviously, Viego really rises when the Ahri is picked up. There are already 3 jungle bans being thrown towards him, showcases that Gen G is also aware of how strong this combo can be. The one thing I'm worried about is the Poppy. I'm actually happy as, okay, they banned the win themselves, because Peanut actually plays a mean Poppy. As we have seen yesterday by Owner, the pick is very much still viable in jungle. And it is just straight up getting rid of, it's going to be like 7 junglers, 8 if you count the Nico flex. I feel like they're going to ban a Viego here. Seems the most likely. No, it's going to be Lee instead. So DRX can go Viego, and then
yeah, so Ahri Viego seems decent after all these jungle bans.
And then Gen G is probably just gonna go for Volibear or Kindred. Kindred ain't bad.
Kindred has been played by both of these junglers.
Oh, look at that. Who could have known?
So you banned all these junglers, and they got Ahri Viego at the end of the day anyway.
Yeah.
Was it worth? I mean, is Ahri Poppy that much stronger? I mean, I guess when it comes to late game team fighting.
Oh god, no, we're back.
The Renekton.
We're back.
The Azir.
We knew the moment that these
no
two
Jinx,
champions
though.
were buffed.
That's good.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the Jinx was never really the problem for me.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't mentioned in the official rant, the original.
The OG, yeah. What is it going to be here for Peanut? So many junglers taken away. Kindred, I think, is the one that comes to mind.
Kha'Zix, okay.
Also still there, yeah. Didn't mention it.
There are so many viable jungles in this meta. Like, doesn't matter how many you ban, good ones are going to come through. So Kha'Zix is the choice here.
It's just going to be Ornn, right?
Oh, ooh.
Jax makes sense as well.
Yeah, sure.
Strong topside 2v2 as Doran is like, oh, I'm going to play against Rascal Jax. It's going to be fun, right, guys? Score. Also grinning there.
Score, please. Let me play Kha'Zix.
So DRX have a very pick-focused comp that's looking to generate early leads, get Draven ahead, and then snowball the game from there. Obviously, you can win like with a late-game Jax win condition, but I don't think that should be your aim. Rather, try and leverage how strong your mid-jungle 2v2 is to get Paddock ahead, and then you kind of run the game over. Because if you get to late, like, I know there's a Renekton in the comp, but this is as comfortable as it gets for Gen G, right? You have Peanut on a carry. I'm not the biggest fan of the Kha'Zix, but I'm sure it will do plenty of work here if given the time to scale up against some of the more immobile characters on the opposing team's end. And it's Aphelios for pace, it's Azir for Chovy. Beating this Gen G with picks like this in the late game has been a test, even in the best of times for some of our best teams in the LCK. So it's early or bust here for DRX, but given how they've been performing thus far, feels like the best gambit you're going to get.
Sure, I don't mind trying to throw a wrench in the gears and see what happens. And Peanut on the Kha'Zix definitely going to be an interesting viewing point for us to see how that works out. DRX with some early pressure. Can they win the bottom 2v2 is going to be something I will be focusing on because they picked for it, but it hasn't necessarily been their strength so far. So let's see if they got it here for game number 1. Is that Emilio emote?
I think so, yeah.
Nice.
Moved that way. Cute.
Padak bringing it out.
You know what is another great thing? Is no shiv. We're not shivving.
Yeah. Well, not yet.
I mean, Pace might buy, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, I don't think you should. I feel like hitting that 2-item spike with the Gale Force is much better, especially when you're running Aphelios Yumi.
And we
be a mid-game threat.
Yeah. So gonna secure a little bit of early vision here. Is Genji. Gonna have some intel on where Juon is going to start, but as mentioned, expect Juon to definitely start on the top half of the map. Will be, it looks like, going over to either his Krugs or his Red, and then go from there. Might even be able to dodge the ward completely if he paths down afterwards, and is going to be, as expected, topside start. Ideally, Padak and Beryl get some great early trades, PTA as well in the Draven. Set up a big wave, and then you dive Paze and Delight when Juon runs down from top lane. And then you start winning early, and then you go from there. That's the dream.
That's the plan.
That's the dream, yeah. Is that going to happen? We'll see.
We'll see. I, never want to count any team out, and DRX have definitely been struggling, but, you never know until you see it. Nobody expects the upset before it happens. And, yeah, like I said before, I really want to focus in on this bottom 2v2 because Paze and Delight have been awesome. Very consistent, very reliable. Paze picking up pentakills, picking up OPGG Player of the Weeks, and stuff like that for his awesome Zeri play. And Aphelios Yumi has been really strong. Now, it's not strong in the lane, but once you hit the mid-game, once you hit a 1 or 2 item spike, you're in a really awesome spot.
And we are seeing this big wave build up with the pathing that Julian's taken. This is just going to be a crash with no play attached. And we'll see if Padak and Beryl are just going to use it to get in some pressure, as this is why we were getting the zoom in. And to be fair, there were a lot of teams that have not been doing a lot of winning in general on that list.
It's true, and a lot of those players have been struggling. It's kind of interesting the way the top lane is going nowadays because nobody really focuses on it. Although we have seen some junglers here and there do it, but if you win the 1v1, you just begin to proxy, like right from the get-go. And Rascal is doing that. He's like, well, I'm just going to proxy this wave. And it's going to put on some pressure onto that top lane. Right from the beginning of the game, Rascal already trying to shape the map around him.
And also possibly forcing a response. We do see Peanut making his way over, but it's just going to go for the crab, knowing that Rascal, under no circumstances, should actually get taken down. And, ooh, Doran pulling the wave here. Going to set himself up. TP is invested. Maybe looking for a gank opportunity here on a Rascal, who does come in with a fresh teleport. Did pick up a Sheen, and we see, there he goes, Peanut walking up towards that top side, but did actually use the Scryers there, so will give himself away and just sets up some vision instead.
This is going to alert Rascal to the situation. Doran did take about, I want to say like 300 damage just from minions trying to set this up. And at the end of the day, Juhan just comes up here and he's going to be in position to help out Rascal as taking 2 turret shots right after TPing up to the top lane. Not what you want to see, getting a little bit too close to that turret.
Well, Doran also hasn't TP'd yet.
Yeah.
So this is free damage, right? And Rascal is going to have to get in a back. Not going to be able, and there might even be a scenario here where Doran, if he wants to, can not use his teleport, as he still hasn't backed. Looks like he might even go in for an extra shove, and why not? Rascal is forced to back, doesn't have teleport available. And really, really big early game issue here for Rascal, because this lane is always going to ebb and flow, right? First few levels, Jax is a lot stronger. Then once you get to level 6 to like level 11, 12, eventually you're going to reach a point where the Jax has enough items again and starts winning the 1v1. But Doran basically got given a freebie here and now should be having Prio, which might mean Genji should have great setup surrounding an early Herald, and that is going to be basically a must contest for DRX, unless you can like trade like 2 dragons for it. Early gold deficits, not going to be something that you want with this composition.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think Doran has been handling this very well. Maybe a bit of a mistake from Rascal, and that's going to be a nice little lead there. You can see in the bottom lane, once again, both players able to go cull early on, and now Pays and Delight not really caring about this early pressure from the Draven and the Emilio. They have been farming under turret. They have been under no distress from what we could see whenever we panned down here. And in this current meta, we barely even looked at the mid lane. Mid lane is there, but nothing's really happening right now. Maybe as Juhan hits level 6, they could try to set up something with RE Viego, but as for now, a very low action game here to start us off.
Yeah, it exists, but it's not really about mid lane. When we get to mid to late game, there's a lot more playmaking potential there, but as we're all in here.
Yeah, Dominus going to be procced, and there is the Counter-Strike down. Rascal trying to flash away, and will respond with his own flash. Does Doran trying to get on top of that one, so trading flash, but the pressure is there. Both junglers on the top side of the map as well. Doran, knowing he has Peanut, can continue to put on the pressure.
And this is such a big win for Gen G, because it also means that right now Peanut is just scaling to 6. Does have his Q and Smite available, and with the prio that his laners have, if they rotate, if they collapse here, should be able to contest. Does need to be careful, but finds the lead. Good roam from Rascal, but like that's going to cost him.
Yeah. So they help out their jungler as Fate was rotating over as well, but you see the pressure is on in both lanes, right? Like we got a second turret plate going down in the top side to Doran. We get even a little bit of pressure in mid as bottom lane, finally some axes beginning to land. They're really going to need that the way the top lane is going.
Yeah, and with how strong Doran is, you can see as well, like Juan is going to be able to catch the wave, but I was maybe looking to push out, but you get caught in a 2v2 when you add an experience deficit, and when the Renekton is this much stronger, then you're in deep trouble. So instead, Rascal is going to fall even further behind. The trade-off, as you mentioned, is that this bot side for Paddock and Beryl is going well, but until an actual kill is found for Paddock, I don't think the lead by itself is going to be big enough. Herald, though, has been started up here, and we'll see Rascal making his way over as well.
Yeah, the timing of this, you know, Doran was putting a lot of pressure up on the top lane, so he had to go back, but now he's got some items, and if they can actually get in here and contest this, could be a thing, but they're not on time. Doran not there as Peanut's coming over, trying to catch Fate in rotation as the Spirit Rush barely going to get him to safety alongside of the Flash, and keep in mind he doesn't have teleport either. So the mid lane as well is beginning to fall behind here for DRX as Beryl sitting on a ward, Pays level 6. And Beryl says, no thank you, I will just flash.
Yeah, Peanut was making his way over, and once the bug is on top of you, you're dead, right? Like, you can flash, but it's not going to be enough. He also just used his Q on the bottom half of the map, so wasn't going to be able to stay alive throughout that. Interesting there is that Chovy actually held his flash. Could have flashed after Fate. Pretty sure he would have gotten the kill, but opting not to do so. That's going to be the first Hextech Drake going over Infernal second. A lot of the slightly weaker Drakes being left over is really a best case scenario, I think, for Gen G, because like, even if you're going to be in a position where DRX do get the gold lead, right? Say they get the kill on Paddock, you're still going to be feeling fine. You buy yourself so much time already, and once we reach late game, I expect Gen G to be in complete control, and we need to see some attention towards this bottom half of the map, either from Juhan or from Fate, but Fate has been getting shoved in, and the vision in the river has been continuously great.
And here we go. I mean, they're beginning to win this lane. Flash forward as Beryl's taking a ton of damage. Will take that Q. And down he goes. Pays picks up first blood after everything that's happened in all of these lanes. Gen G are beginning to roll over them.
And they're both sitting on an incredible amount of gold, right? Like, I don't know how much Pays is sitting on. Like, now he's going to be monstrously fat. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's able to finish, or at least get close to finishing his call as we make our way back. But look at that, Paddock picks up 2 components for the Trinity Force there. That would have been a lot of extra firepower. At least he doesn't die, but losing the 2v2 with your Draven Milio is something that has been plaguing DRX, unfortunately.
바텀 맞춰주면 편하고.
Looks like he's calling for, you know, some attention to the bot side.
잠깐. 안 쫄게요.
He talks so fast, it's really hard to understand him, to be honest, for me at least, you know. But it just seems like really snappy comments, like, we're just, you know, gonna get him. And they did. They got a turret plate as well, so now one step closer to that first item here for FaZe.
And if we don't see any really opportunity, anything from DRX. Yeah, like they got Herald, right? But that by itself is not enough. We're gonna get a gank on Chovy here, but with his position, he will just dash away and be fine. And if we don't get Paddock Fett, not feeling so hot about this one, Valdez.
Yeah.
And right now, it's not happening.
I mean, he went for the early Dirk, and, you know, looks like he'll have Trinity Force in a bit, but he has not cashed in. He's also losing the lane now as they're trying to set up a 2v2 here in the river. But again, it feels a little bit desperate. You can see they're really trying to get something going here with the Viego, but have not been able to just yet. Gen G are reading the situation very well.
And now Gilforce is done for pace. So he will have his flash in about 2.5 minutes. We do see that the cooldown is about halfway through. And I don't care like how many plates you have to drop mid. At some point, you're going to have to try and go for a desperation play. Because this Viego combo is going to lose a lot of its potency. Early turret would be really nice. Pays by himself here, defending stalwartly.
Yeah, I mean, they did get 2 early plates, at least. As Dominus in the top side, Doran just trying to put on pressure. Peanuts up here as well, as they know that Ju-On is bot, of course. And the 2 plates into Rift Herald Crash at least is getting something going for the bot lane. But look at this, TP is coming in. We got the jungler as well making his way, and Chovy's like, why you didn't even need me? It's a straight up solo kill from Doran. He didn't need any help.
How dare you, says Chovy. That's my teleport, man. I'm missing minions. No. Great play from Gen G. Doran, as it turns out, doesn't need help, but I like the fact that with Chovy being in and Peanut also making his way over, that was a guaranteed play. And on the bot side, where the resources were invested for DRX.
I mean, you're getting 4 free plates. 4 free plates, no Herald in the top lane. Doran is winning by almost 40 CS in the top lane, okay? Like, that is not supposed to happen. As now Chovy getting a bit over aggressive, spots Ju-On, and he'll be fine. I mean, he can just walk away, doesn't have to flash. And yeah, this is all right before the plates are going down as well. Only 30 seconds left on that.
As we're going to see Doran set up. It starts off with Rascal going in, and then as soon as the Counter-Strike is down, like Doran knows, it goes in, really nicely done there, gets the Dominus right from the get-go, a lot of the shred damage comes through, gets the stun, big Q, and then just booms him. Chovy's like, oh.
Yeah.
타워 밖으로 퍼낼게. 아니 이거 솔킬 따면 어떡해.
What am I going to do if you get a solo kill? What? He's going to push in my turret.
Mean!
See, so like everything we thought he would say, he actually did kind of say.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
I love that.
They're having a lot of fun already. Gen G is a very strong team, and they're getting it going very early on. Doran is going to TP into this one. We got our first 5v5 flash in from Doran. Not great. They are turning it around onto this Renekton, but he's just able to back away, and now the real guns are coming out as Pace is looking for this. Paddock is trying to frontline, and he will get taken out by the Azir. Down goes the Belio as well. The entire bottom lane of DRX is just gone.
And like the waves against DRX just kind of woke up, splash in many different directions and don't really get a whole lot done. Paddock goes down, that's all your stacks gone. Before that fight had started, they were on like 3k gold behind Valdez.
Yeah.
And
2 turrets.
This is pretty much
minutes.
what we were expecting coming into today, because it's first place versus 10th. Unfortunately, it looks that way. Doran doesn't go down, and then Paddock like desperately tries to get something going.
He didn't even, okay, well he did a little bit of damage there at the end.
I mean, like, so Gen G plays around it very well. You see, like, they move forward, and as he walks in, they space away from him, and he doesn't actually get to get his autos off. Yeah. But, like, between Rascal, Juon, and Fake, someone, or the two of them, or three of them, need to be coordinated and, like, set up a target. That's all the Draven can do, right? You need to at least get the ball rolling, but the charms don't hit. Rascal isn't able to find the backline access, and Gen G now, with this gargantuan crocodile, are just cruising towards an extremely easy victory here.
This is like one of those crocs that's been in the river with like the weird, it's like in that sci-fi movie, like there was some weird kind of antibiotics that were put into that river, and he's just ginormous. He's taken over the town right now, as at the same time there's, you know, the hero of the story, which is FaZe, I guess, here. The guy with the guns, as they are just taking this mid lane by storm now. Rascal trying to get a flank here. Doran is incredibly low, and they are not able to get on top of that croc just yet. FaZe frontlining with the Yuumi. This is what we normally see, especially if this Aphelios can get through lane. And not only did he get through lane, he won lane. As now, nice little charm comes in. They're trying to go for the pick, but they get Chovy down to half health as they nearly take out Juhan on their way out. Gen G are not wasting any time in this game, man. They're just running down the mid lane.
And that combo right there, that's what DRX needed to do. But, you know, before they were 6k gold behind, and it's too late. Oh, well, I mean, when that was happening.
Oh, sorry, now it's 8. Yeah,
well, great math on your end, Velts. Apologies for my miscalculations. Life is not good, friends, for DRX. It is rough. They're getting run over. And where do you go from here in this game?
Well,
Nowhere.
For Gen G, you go mid. Apparently. They just grouped up with the Rift Herald, and they just pushed.
Imagine a world where this happens around an objective fight and they're not that far up. Like, they're not up that much gold. You can get a kill. That way, you can start the resets, but not happening. And FaZe with a lead is problematic for anyone that faces him.
I think it's also just Aphelios Melio as well. Like, not Melio, sorry, Aphelios Yuumi. Like, this is what you can do if you are someone like FaZe and you have a big lead as Padak. Okay, the Yumi's gonna give it away, which is fine. I don't think Peanut minds too much. He's just watching them. Sure, Elias around.
He got it!
He got the red buff as Exhaust comes in. Okay, they might be able to chase him, but no, with the Yuumi and the flash, Peanut gets away with the red buff.
I'm gonna say worth.
Hashtag
got red buff, you know, gave up flash, who cares? Barrel exhausted, you know, that's a summoner as well, Valdez. Yeah, that was a little bit silly from Peanut.
Worth.
But given the game state, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference.
Yeah, it feels like they're kind of just having fun, you know. And at this point, it is so one-sided, I guess you might as well. As FaZe's going to hold on to his Moonlight Vigil, but now he will use it to get the flash from Beryl. As they do get it in the end. Doran just tanking damage, does not care at all as he takes down the bottom inner turret. Oh no. And yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about when I saw the rosters as well. Like, Fate came in. It's like, okay, well, this is where Fate's going to get his first opportunity here for DRX. He's going to play his first match of Summer against Gen G. And this is what happens, you know? I don't think Fate had a particularly amazing game, but I also don't think that he could have done too much differently to help out their situation in this first game, at least. Spina's just having a great time. At least that's happening. We get some emotes.
I think, yeah. Evolving is W there, if I saw it correctly. I'm doing a little, you know, little Kazakhs. I don't know, what do you call that? Is it a dance?
Dance.
Yeah.
Celebration.
All right, can we kill Chovy?
No.
I'm gonna say no.
He has Flash, and he's level 13
he also
with
has a
stopwatch.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So when it comes to next game, where are we looking?
I think as DRX probably try to, well,
you go blue side.
Pick
obviously.
blue side and try to get Aphelios, I would say.
Sure.
Give yourself a chance to at least not let FaZe do this. Like, there are a lot of issues, right? I don't think it really comes down to the draft. I thought the draft was fine. There's just a very specific way, as we've been talking about, that you have to play it as DRX, and they just were not able to do that. So, but I do think that getting Aphelios on your team is probably a good start. If there's one thing I would look at, the other lanes or whatever, like Azir versus Ahri, you can play both sides of that matchup. You can play Jax versus Renekton, that's fine. But maybe just try to take the Aphelios way. Because you're not going to play an aggressive bottom lane 2v2 and win it. That's for sure. And that was my worry, and it came true very quickly.
Yeah, the gambit of trying to play early aggro clearly not working out for DRX. And 21 minutes in, bounties above the Baron's head. Might be seeing a critical skirmish here as Chovy just gets a blue buff, making sure he has the mana.
Draven Blades coming through. They're trying to go in for the steal, but it's stopped at 3,000 health. It is being burst down. Comes down to a flip as Aphelios gets it, and the wallets are massive. Fate just has to Spirit Rush out, and now they're going to get right on top of Paddock and Juhan as they lose their champions' lives very quickly. TP comes into mid as they will look to push and probably end this game right here with the Baron.
That should be the end of it here, and it was, despite, you know, what some people might have hoped, a complete and utter shellacking here from Gen G. I'm pretty sure they're going to finish pre-24 minutes, so
yeah.
I'm sure Atlas will forgive the usage of the word, because, man, this was one-sided.
Not much of League of Legends happening in this League of Legends game. Chovy goes in, he's got a stopwatch, takes out Fate. Juhan will hit the stun, but there is no follow-up anymore. As Rascal thinking about it, he's like, well, I got to do something, right? Loses half his health to one Kha'Zix Q, and the Nexus is laid bare. It is open, and down it will go when Gen G decide to stop having fun and playing with their food. As Rascal goes in, immediately gets exhausted. Down he goes. This was an absolute boppening of a game. 22 minutes. And down will go the Nexus. Gen G take it down.
Hoo-wee! Good luck coming back from that one, DRX, as Gen G showcase in vivid detail why they are the best team. And yeah, we're just kind of repeating ourselves, because what do you say about a game like that? There was an early game comp.
Not much.
It didn't really get ahead, and then Gen G won every lane, got the early objectives, won like 2 fights, and it was donezo. It was all over.
Yeah. In professional League of Legends, you're not supposed to have all 3 lanes falling behind 20 CS before 10 minutes, right? Like, that's just not supposed to happen. So if DRX want to have a chance, they got to solve that first. We can talk about the draft all we want, and I kind of feel bad for you, Chronicler, because you have to do the analysis on this cast, but there is none to do. No, there's nothing to say.
Yeah, I don't know, Veldas. That was it was a textbook game from Gen G, and that way it was cool. And as mentioned, the DRX draft had some very clear win cons that they had to play towards. They didn't come to fruition. Individual performance of Beryl, again, not looking too hot, unable to really get anything done on Emilio, but also Fate not finding anything. Juhan couldn't get a bot dive, and that was it.
And that was it, guys. We're going to have a break in the space. We'll be right back.
얘네 다 나온다.
웨이브 집어 넣으면서 싸움 한 번 더 볼 생각으로 해도 돼.
싸움 또 봐도 이겨. 싸움 또 봐도 이겨. 나 봐줄 수 있나?
봐줄 수 있어. 얘네 어차피 못 들어와 지금. 나 탈진도 있어. 사워 먼저 쳐줘. 사워 먼저.
아 어차피 미니언이 깨고 얘 들어온다.
넥스 반격 빠졌고. 사워 치면 끝나긴 해.
파워 칠까 그냥.
아 끝내자. 이건 안 끝내 그냥.
아 드라이버.
드라이버 잡을래.
넥스. 카직스 실드 줄게. 나이스. 나이스.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. We are space grooving actually right now. I hope you had a better game than DRX here, who didn't get to play League of Legends. You may wondering why the party hats, guys, but I will let Max introduce this.
It's Will's birthday! It's my birthday!
Happy birthday!
This is the most birthday I've ever had, like in an esports event. Usually, once my birthday, somebody will just acknowledge it, and then we'll just move on and be like hyper analytical.
No.
But in this series, it's my birthday!
Yay! All the focus on you.
You played well. It's the best gift I've gotten so far.
Not hinting. Genji just snowballing this game. I will let you the honor of introducing the draft and explaining the approach from both teams as a birthday gift for you.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate that. The draft here was pretty standard, old style Genji here. We didn't really like the Kazakhs that much, but you got Renekton, you got Azir, you're gonna have some lane prio, you got the Aphelios scaling. And the draft on the side of DRX, it was fine. It was okay. It wasn't a big deal. But I had my birthday hat, but now I got my tinfoil hat because I have a crazy theory.
Okay.
Which is that maybe don't let Hayes play Aphelios. Maybe that could be a strategy that could be employed. I think maybe if he's not on Aphelios, Genji could be a little bit vulnerable to any other draft that Genji or that DRX put together. The fact that this guy gets Aphelios' first pick here and the answer was Draven Milio and they couldn't actually even control the lane, while also then playing into Azir and Renekton is a problem. So that's all I have to say.
That's a problem. I do have a counter argument, and that is the fact that DRX, if they give Pays anything else, he's probably just going to win on that. So it doesn't actually matter what you ban away from Pays. The best way to get rid of Pays as a problem is take away his keyboard. That is probably the only way that you can do it.
That's an illegal move, though. I
actually quite like DRX's draft just in general. They should theoretically have prio in the bottom lane. They should have very early prio top, and the Jax can do things late game quite well. Rascal has late game win condition. Makes a lot of sense if you are a DRX fan. Ahri into Azir, I kind of hate massively. So that would be where I put my red card, I guess. But that's more of a personal preference thing for me.
I think it makes sense in a way because when I was looking at all the drafts that DRX has been playing so far in summer, it's mostly late game focused, especially on the bot lane. So maybe you want to refine the approach and try something new and hit them in the early game. But it didn't work out so well for them, Max. Let's take a look at the first highlight here because this is when everything falls down and you know that the bot lane is not going to be really
time when we were saying, whoa, Beryl hasn't entered yet.
Yeah, but right before this, he used his flash by staying in the river for some reason. And then this was not a great macro play on the side of Genji, but as soon as Counter-Strike is used, Doran's like, okay, I've chunked his health down, I use my Dominus, I'm building up my Fury, so Chovy's like, all right, I'm coming up here. Then Chovy gets mad because Doran actually kills him before he can get the assist, and he's like, why'd you do that? Why'd you take my assist? You just wasted my teleport.
He could have been in mid lane. And thankfully, wave priority was in Chovy's hands, so he just wandered back down to that lane and didn't actually miss out on anything. And honestly, this was probably the most quintessential, we're just going to snowball a victory by winning every single lane, and Peanut doesn't really have to do anything, but he at least annoyed Juhan a whole bunch. And we were going to be critical about the Kazakhs pick because we haven't seen it necessarily shape how a game goes, but who cares?
He took away a lot of the jungle of Juhan, and he was massively ahead, got 2 items with his futures market, and was just zooming through and taking vision away. Great for snowballing.
It worked, yeah.
If this team is not going to be active in the early game and fight you anyway, this is the best opportunity you can get for Kazakhs to shine. I will introduce the second highlight as, what is this mid lane insanity? And guys, this is the question that I'm asking here.
Well, we could have gone for the dragon fight, which I think was a very pivotal one. That was when Draven lost all of his stacks, but I think this kind of epitomizes how this game was going. You know, you've got a Renekton that just dives under a turret, probably should have been punished and died at that point in time, but Genji, their wallets were so extraordinarily powerful at this point in time that they could have done pretty much anything and still won the game.
Yeah, and Pays is just like, well, I think their health bars are low enough. I'm actually just going to kill him. The Herald crashes through, this turret is still up, and with all the damage Chovy's putting through, Pays just decides he's had enough waiting. Turret goes down, and he's just dashing forward here with the Gale Force. Ult soars wide, but it doesn't matter. Pays on Aphelios, when he gets a lead, he plays aggressively, but when all of the champions on the side of Genji are extremely fed, they're winning all of the lanes, and the Umberglaive Kazakhs has taken all the vision away.
you're really out of options as DRX. They lost the game super early.
And when Chovy like wins lane pretty hard, but is probably like third on the ranks as far as POG is concerned, you know that Gen G probably won pretty quickly. And this is like the definition of a shellacking, as Jake Spawn Tiberi said. Any game that's won in under 25 minutes is one of those, and this was one of those games.
We knew that it was going to be a huge mismatch. Anyway, let's reveal player of the game. I have a hard time focusing with this hat on, but Pace, once again, I said this last week, I'll say it again, he can't keep on getting away with it. Stop giving this kid Aphelios. He's too good on the champion.
They should stop giving him 80 carries. He's too good on 80 anyone with a ranged auto attack, get it away from him.
I mean, this,
you need to ban all of them.
The spacing there in that situation was so frustrating for Beryl and Poduk because they can't CS and they know they have old barrels down on flash. This is that moment we just watched moments ago. He obviously won that fight for them on the Drake where DRX just went into the meat grinder as well. And the guy he will space well. He will do a lot of damage. He's got a great front line. This one I think could have almost gone to anybody but Paze. He's now leading POG 500 points.
Wow.
Still a rookie, by the way.
Yeah. No, fantastic rookie year, honestly, for him. Focusing on the next game, let's try and bring some silver linings here. DRX playing blue side. What do you want to see?
Well, this is the thing that's really hard. What I'd really like to see is a winning bottom lane, but that's what they had in game number 1. So I'm a little bit like, oh, what are we supposed to do? And maybe the answer is go all in top side of the map. Just play a bottom lane that is supposed to stand back and don't die. Go for like some old, Damwon Ghost strategy, where you just tell him to stay alive and be okay. Tell that to Beryl as well.
Don't play tempo, don't play pick against a better team. Just play a scaling comp and hope for the best. Try to get some Shiv comp together and go to the late game and maybe you'll get a 50-50 win.
You heard him. We'll see if they can listen to this advice and if DRX can pull the miracle here. Casters, back to you for game 2.
Thank you, Wizard Lore, GigaChan Atlas, and Illuminati Wolf. Happy birthday to Wolf once again, as we are just about ready to jump onto the Rift here for game number 2. And yeah, there's a lot of things that DRX need to change about their game going into this one.
I actually really liked what Atlas said about taking away the keyboard. That could be a thing. That. Yeah. Maybe there's a loophole in a rule set somewhere you can make that happen.
Yeah.
Because this was another example of Pace saying, "Here I am once again. I am on the Aphelios, and you're gonna lose the game very rapidly." And hopefully, DRX will pick it or not let him have it, because it has not been very close for a lot of the teams when Pace gets access to his favorite champion.
Maybe Gen G will give them like,
yeah, give him a LeBlanc,
never mind.
Then they can pick Tristana.
Yeah,
and then it'll be fun and interactive gameplay.
Yeah, never mind on that one. Are we just gonna ban away all the junglers again, and then just end up with Kha'Zix versus Viego again, or something like that? I don't know. All those bans didn't really amount to anything. Now this, I think, is fine. Take away the Azir.
Gen G, obviously, Zeri still available, Aphelios Melio is still there. Another pick that we might be seeing a band away here going, but no, it's Lee instead. Huh.
Okay.
So the Lee ban is interesting to me because I was expecting Gen G to ban away the Annie for this particular reason. But I do really like Melio into Annie. I think Melio takes away a lot of, makes the Annie strong, and
yeah,
maybe you just, I don't know, this is crazy.
Aphelios Melio.
Don't spoil it, Valdez!
Felamilio.
Felamilio?
Felamilio. Or you could just play Zeri, I guess, but this is better, and I think it's fine. Or that. I would have liked the Melio specifically because I really think the matchup is great, and taking Melio Aphelios means that you win almost any early game. We'll see. DRX, even though the combo is not as strong, I like Zeri and Melio here just to deny Melio. Draven Melio also fine. Maybe this time around, Fade and Juon can have impact on the bot lane, because I just want Poduk to get a win, man. I feel like he's been playing well and just nothing has been really happening. And we'll see whether it's any different in this one. And unsurprisingly, Gen G just locks in the Yuumi. Yeah. And at the end of the day, I mean, You're getting Annie, but you're getting over Maokai. That's kind of the difference here in this game so far. The bottom lanes are the same. We'll have to see what jungler Juhan ends up being able to play. Perhaps a...
it's just Viego again, man.
Kindred angle this time around.
Nope. Another Viego game. Because Wukong's going to get banned here by Genji.
Tristana. Okay.
I do actually like the Tristana.
Yeah.
That is both a Shiv champion and one of Chovy's favorite picks. Has looked great on the pick in recent times, able to reliably apply a lot of shoving power. And mid-prio to me is really important in this one, so I like the focus from DRX, because without mid-prio, Juon isn't going to have as much space, and without space, that Draven Milio lane is going to go exactly the same way as it is Gnar instead. So maybe an R4 Gragas angle here for Genji.
Or Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually more likely, you're right.
Renekton's fine.
Oh,
Doran
man.
was great, and that's going to be banned away. So
Well,
no Renekton.
Graggy?
Maybe now you play Gragas. Or, now that there's
Sure.
no Gnar or Renekton, I like this angle. Could just play the Jax. Considering something else. The Jace. We've seen this played a bit into Annie in the mid lane. Just to kind of say, okay, well, you like to... Oh, Cassante wasn't banned. Okay. Well, Cassante definitely a good choice.
We did kind of forget about him, huh? That's where we were at in League of Legends at the moment. Like, oh, Cassante's open.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? And Cassante, obviously, a flex pick. Chovy plays it quite well. Can also go to Doran, so DRX can opt into, say, a Gwen, but they do run the risk of it then being flexed. So looks like instead it will end up being the Gragas here, which actually, for Rascal, kind of raising in stock, because it means that Doran can't really go Jax. Like, Jax into Gragas is not a good matchup. I don't like it at all. We'll see as... Oh, look, it's open! It's Wukong!
Wukong is back.
He's here again!
I know exactly what Atlas would say.
Yeah, there's no Rakan, so I am not the biggest Wukong fan. I'm kind of with Orcs on this one. The Wukong Rakan, great combo, but if you don't have great follow-up, in this case it's really only Gragas. Don't love the pick nearly as much. What is it going to be here for?
Kale.
Oh, no.
I don't know, Doran was smiling.
Ooh!
Kind of scared. Lots of great ultimates available and ready to steal, and Silas will return to the Rift. It's been a while since we've seen this guy.
Hanwha Live fans, really the big winners here.
Yeah.
Silas being picked up here by Chovy. As mentioned, great ultimates available on the other end. And I'm not going to lie, even though, you know, it's a defensive ultimate, having a Milio ultimate on Silas does... That seems kind of
Seems
rough.
good. I mean,
Yeah, into...
seems situational, but
Yeah, sure.
definitely can
I
be
mean, you
used.
also have...
I
the
just feel like,
cask and-
yeah, I feel like Genji are going to get ahead, and they're just going to use like Cask or Tibbers to...
Tibbers is not as good, though.
Tibbers doesn't get the stun,
No.
but he does do a lot of damage.
He does.
So you can just throw him down, and you have like the Silas AP ratios, and you're going to be burning people. Hello from Norway. Can you read that hello?
What? No, I mean, I just said hey, but like it's the same. There's no difference in writing. Although you have some
Okay.
letters, obviously,
Okay.
that are different.
You know, you're from Northern Europe. I'm not, so figured maybe you could know. I wouldn't.
There's a lot of similarities, but that one not necessarily the same.
Hmm.
But thank you for inquiring, Valdez.
No problem. No problem. A little bit more of a wombo combo-ish draft here from DRX. Might get them over the line, but based on what we saw in game number 1, Genji might just take it. But we'll have to wait and see. Let's play the game. Game number 2.
미니언 생성까지 30초.
I can't help but look at the bot lane again, Valdez.
Yeah, we did end up with the same bot lane. And in theory, I think as a coach, like as Micro, you you look at the bottom lane and you say, well, you guys just got to play it better. But again, it's hard because it's kind of like saying, okay, just play better 5-head or 4-head or whatever, you know? Because it's not easy. You're playing against one of the best bot lanes in the LCK, and you have one that's been struggling, and Podok's coming up from Academy, and you haven't won a match yet. So it's difficult to say that. Maybe you can just look at it as some more practice. Because in theory, again, Draven Melio should be able to get some pressure on, but you know, we've said that about a lot of different lanes into Aphelios Yumi, and eventually it just gets across the line and dominates the mid game.
There's a lot to it. My main point is obviously getting killed in the 2v2 straight up should never happen. But I do think that when executed well, it can be really hard to find a proactive play. And that's where I'm going to go towards the rest of DRX. Like, Fate and or Juon need to get to bot lane. They need to dive this Aphelios. And obviously with this setup that they have right now, it's going to be post 6 because Wukong's early dives are extremely lackluster. You don't really have any setup with Melio either. So this is going to be a post 6 kind of deal. But hopefully in this any matchup playing ranged into melee, Fate will have prio in mid. And you actually will be able to use the prio because Podok and Beryl actually did have priority in the last game as well. The early prio was there. It was just about actually getting anything done with it. And I don't think in a 2v2, barring major outplays, you can do that. Haze and Delight getting pummeled a lot more this time around.
Yeah, they're taking more damage. They were just farming under turret, as you mentioned, in game number 1 as well. So P's no stranger to this, just trying to get some earlier CS, but not really working out for him. And again, he should be fine, like you mentioned, unless they dive him, as Fate is very aggressive here in the mid lane. Chovy, 75% win rate on this Silas. Peanut just waiting for this wave to crash. Here comes Juhan, will be spotted. And can they still make this gank work because they know that Juhan is not going to be here? Not on time, at least. Maybe if he runs straight towards Juhan, as now he is over the wall. The damage not quite there. Chovy going to miss the chains, and they just back away. Juhan is able to join from over the wall, making an even trade.
Not the best execution there from Gen G. Chovy not hitting the chains means no kill will come through. And now Peanut is getting invaded here by Juan. And we talk a lot about how weak the Wukong is, which is still very much true, but if you have a health lead as big as this and you have bot lane prio, should be an invade opportunity here. Fade backing though. Ooh, I hope the bot lane is going to help out because I'm pretty sure that Peanut's going to try and steal this away. And he shouldn't be able to contest this.
Yeah, Juhan should be able to zone him away. This is going to leash. And Peanut says thank you for the leash.
And Fade backed as well. And obviously, like, ideally, you wouldn't want to stay in a lane at the risk of getting a
trying to make a play here on Adoran. The Bomba is going to hit. As Doran gets into the brush, Q3 available, going to dodge that one. Rascal taking up a bunch of minions, though, and Doran is just ticking up in health. This is getting closer and closer.
Yes, it's passive.
By the second, as, okay, miss on the body slam means that Doran just hops away and will be totally fine.
Doran actually picking up the dash. Interesting there. I want to highlight Rascal actually putting 2 points in W early on. So we often see Gragas going for either the Q, particularly when going AP, or for E, in case you want to try and hard force short trades. Pick up some early ability haste and then continuously trade against opponents that don't really have an opportunity to fight back. Often see phase rush in that case as well. In this case though, some early points in the W, extra damage reduction, obviously going to be a lot of meleeing here. As Juon is here.
Doran does have flash, he's going to use it early, and they do get that flash out of him. Rascal, yeah, he's not going to get the cannon, but that is fine. They get the flash, so maybe they can follow up on that in a bit.
But yeah, like, Fade backing there, and Juhan not getting backup from the rest of his team. But Beryl needs to roam up there, right? Like, yes, you're Emilio, but having prio in bot lane and winning the skirmish in mid and then still not being able to help your jungler invading a low-health Maokai at all is not up to Juon specifically. Just the team not looking like they are able to generate these early leads. And Doran is, of course, already down a teleport. Rascal going to back here and will be able to make his way back. Also on a cannon wave, so not going to feel too bothered as... Oh, he doesn't see him just yet.
Yeah, a bit late, but they are going to see him now. It is Beryl as going to fire kick him away. Will be totally fine. Peanut throws him in a moat for his troubles. And yeah, just trying to put on the pressure. Not much going to be done there. No flash on Fade, as now level 6 is in here. And that's going to be Tibbers getting to work. Okay. Chovy gonna bring it back. Nicely done. And he'll just use this to pressure and push the wave in.
And Tibbers gonna just be a nice bodyguard, you know, do some warding duty, make sure that Chovy is safe, but as mentioned, obviously doesn't have the passive, so not gonna have access to the stun. As we get to later game though, yeah, the Silas angle is pretty rough to deal with. What I do think though, looking at the DRX comp, their ability to like set up fights, particularly into a short range composition like Gen G, is actually quite good, right? Between Wukong, between Melioild, and between the Gragas in particular, you can really split up fights, isolate target, and try to take them down rapidly. Does require a bit of finesse though, which I don't know if I can ask from DRX. Well, I can ask, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think it's safe to have certain expectations and say, well, this, you know, if you want to win, these are some of the ways you're going to get it done. And yeah, this time the Tibbers can stun. Fade is going to be the one that throws it out. Chovy's going to be fine, but takes a big chunk of damage, has a refillable already. As we do have the bot prio actually coming into play here onto this dragon at least, which will be Infernal early for the side of DRX.
And we'll see Ocean next. Still a bunch of Great Drakes available here. Might even get the back-to-back Cloud, you know? Dplus is here today, so
yeah,
would be nice.
Didn't matter for game 1, but this one, at least so far, looking a little bit closer.
Yeah, we're still early in. Level 6s are slowly being hit. See solo laners, of course, already there. Peanut now getting there. Barrel a few minions away. And this is where the fighting is about to supposedly break out. Herald, big objective here, and looking at the setups, we'll, I think, know pretty quickly which team wins, because both of these compositions are extremely explosive, right? Like either Peanut locks up a target and then Chovy follows, and Doran gets him and they can isolate someone and take him down, or DRX actually get off multi-man combos or break up the fight with a Gragas ultimate and kill someone with Draven. And we'll leave it at that. As we do see, nice timing window here. DRX might be looking towards getting themselves an early Herald here.
Yeah, a couple of pings, probably from Barrel, looking to support this, but as you mentioned, the timing is good, so they are not going to need any support. It's just going to be Juhan picking it up for free. He gets both objectives, and Gen G don't have any way really to contest it. Chovy's on a back, Peanut also on a back. As now we got to play up here on the top side. Remember, Doran, no flash, just off of it right now as he pulls Rascal out, and he's able to dash away because he's Kasante and does not care about any of that. Does get his flash towards the end of the trade as well.
And a crucial difference this time, the bot lane doesn't get 2v2 killed.
And Rascal doesn't fall behind 20 CS.
Also true. So game state looking a lot better for DRX. This is also, unlike the previous game, not a type of game where you have to get ahead early. Obviously, I think Gen G naturally will have a lead because they have a very strong front-to-back comp, and they have one of, if not the best performing AD carry in the league at the moment on the strongest, probably. 2v2, we have seen Zeri Yumi kind of drop in priority because there were more and more answers that were slowly being found.
And Aphelios is just better.
Yeah, because he doesn't need a few kills early to really get going, as we have seen.
Yeah.
And
he's safer in lane. He has more explosive power individually in like 2v2 scenarios in the mid game, I would say. Like Zeri obviously has the insane team fighting ability to like essentially like ace and pentakill and stuff like that, and obviously is a huge menace with her mobility, but I don't know. As of now, all the pro teams prioritizing Aphelios.
I love this. Look at that. Bot lane action. Helping out.
I mean, we saw this in game 1 too.
Yeah, but this time, look at that. You see he's waiting in the river. Oh no, Fade, you gotta go. You gotta go.
I must get my mid-wave chronicler, he says.
You can kill them here.
Yeah, it's actually so free. It was a 4v2. Now, Chovy
might
and
still
Doran,
be able to.
Chovy and Doran do have TP, so we might see some play there. Doran not really in a position to use it. As in from behind, is Juhan, and well, they looked at them menacingly.
They're just standing there.
I know.
Menacingly, Feldes.
That's exactly what Juhan did because he didn't press any buttons.
Yeah, I know that. So, if you go for that play and it doesn't work, you lose the game straight up. Because what's going to happen is, like, I think the teleports in particular are a really big deterrent here, but you can match that as DRX, particularly with the new teleport timers, can actually make your way over. And not going for plays like that when the opportunity is there and your Draven is sitting on a ton of stacks and putting behind, or at the very least forcing summoners of the #1 win condition of Gen G does feel like a bit of a tough one. And, you know, maybe DRX don't need any early game leads.
Bear against bear.
Look at them slap each
Which
other.
bear wins? Looks like Chovy's one did, actually.
then he took a few turret shots, so
Yeah.
he's not feeling too good now.
Oh, he's okay. No! 2 health.
Can't believe Fate doesn't take better care of his bear.
Better care of his bear?
Better care of his bear, yeah.
Yes, better care of his bear.
Better care of his bear.
Wait, so Chovy is like, here you go.
Let's equal it out.
Why didn't he just pull it back? Stop giving your opponents 50 gold. And he's across the world doing this. I mean, I understand he's trying to like pressure him and do damage, but... Well, we do have a Cassante in the top lane, and Doran's going to put an end to this first blood at 12.5 minutes, as I'm no longer surprised when Cassante is just able to assassinate the tank in the top lanes.
Doran having a great series here today. We talked coming in about the form of Doran, an enigma in League of Legends top laner form is Pace.
Oh, we got access to the base. Pace this time is going to get taken out in a cash-in here for the Draven. Podok actually able to make it happen, as now coming in from behind is Chovy. He's going to take down one. They have Peanut here as well. Flash in from Juhan, and he's just going to get queued away by the Maokai. Peanut here very healthy, going to flash in, and Juhan doesn't really have any way to get out. He will go down as well, as they overextend in the trade.
Well, Podok got a kill. I'm calling a relative win for Gen G obviously still got a better hand of that. Chovy with a really nice teleport. Peanut with the play extension there. Coming up huge. Drake are gonna go over to Gen G. And the only upside of that play is that Podok was actually able to get his cash in. Yes, he died afterwards, but still a big win, as now TP has to be invested by Doran, which is nicely done here by DRX, as long as Rascal can get out.
Well, the answer is no to that one, as okay, he's going to do a little bit of damage, but nobody else is following up, so that doesn't matter. No junglers here. Not even sure, you know, what they're attempting to do in this position. As Rascal doesn't even have his first item completed yet, as they are trying to run at the dragon with no jungler. And so that's going to be Gen Z picking that one up. Barrel's still sticking around, decides, well, you know, it wasn't fair if only Rascal goes down, so I'm going to go in and lose my flash. Podok is very strong. Trying to enable him as much as possible by any means necessary, as we have witnessed.
Why are we...
Any
Why
means
is it still
necessary,
going?
Chronicler.
We're still going! The dragon is gone! And everyone gets back to side lanes, and by the end of it, Gen G are able to build a pretty substantial lead. Plate Gold is completely on Doran here on the top half of the map. And unfortunately, even with the damage reduction on W, Rascal takes way too much, and then particular unfortunate Cask comes through here. Doran with the dash is fine, and then decides to immediately pick up some plates on the back of it. And this is really well done. This is exactly what we want to see. The confidence from Podok here. Goes in with Barrel, but then does go a little bit too far forward. And Chovy, again, showcasing the value of these new teleport timers, able to teleport right behind them on the ward that was in the middle of the lane. And then the extended play still going the way of Gen G.
Yeah. John trying to follow up. You know, he has Fate there, but nothing in terms of damage that they really have, and Silas, once he gets his cooldowns back, is just going to be able to heal up, and so they lose out in the long trade. But yeah, now as DRX, you're like, well, at least we've got Podok fed, so that's going well for us. That's different from game number 1.
It is a much better game from DRX. Like, obviously, we're still questioning some of the decisions, but that's to be expected given the fact that this team has only won a single game, not series game, this entire split, and they're playing against the #1 undefeated as of yet, Gen G. But simultaneously, you know, can't be worse than game #1. And now it's up to DRX to show that they can actually play out and fight around their Fed 80 carry here. They do have a ton of tools available.
Uh-oh. Well, we do have Rascal with the cask. He will use it correctly this time, gets over the wall, and will be okay. But you can see Doran's really trying to put on the pressure in that side lane. Yeah. It is the Podok stripe this time, not the Rascal stripe. In terms of the goal difference. Here we go. We got a trade mid, and now Podok is getting very low. He has to flash away. As now Peanut looking for the follow-up. The very long range on that ult might just barely hit him, but nope. As meanwhile, Juon's just gonna die in the jungle to Chovy.
I know, Chovy got a solo kill there.
Yeah, just
yeah, I was getting distracted by what was happening in front of us, which was Podok trying to go for the kill, but instead having to pay with his summoners. Did force those of the light, but we're starting to see that Podok by himself maybe not necessarily going to be able to take down the power that is this Yuumi and Aphelios as Doran going in once again, but Rascal knows that he's there.
no cask and a level lead here for Doran means that this should be a win. Rascal in the long trade should eventually get this cask. Question is, will he get it on time? The entirety of his team is coming on over as Peanut is here as well, but they do not know that Podok and Beryl are all making their way over. We got a teleport and a fight seemingly for no reason as they are really trying to pressure this one. Everfrost coming in, Rascal still incredibly low. The flash forward from Doran as in he goes with the all-out. He is going so deep into this fight as everybody is here on the side of DRX. Chovy not going to land another chains, and nobody dies in the extended tree.
And it's a lot of summoners being blown, but no one actually ends up going down. And we see DRX still holding on, but might lose a lot of pressure here. They're also holding on to mid turret. This is really big as the teleport from Durham comes through, and I might have cursed that turret out of existence.
Why'd you have to do it to that turret, Chronicler? What did he ever do to you? As Gen G, they are diving once again as the clone gets locked up, and so does the real one. Peanut is going very far forward, but he's tanking up, and they have the confidence to push forward. As Podok low on mana as well, not really able to trade that one back. It's just another kill into the hands of Peas.
And that's turret going over to Gen G. And it's the top half of the map this time around. Paige is picking up the kills, but it's Chovy, Peanut, and Doran that are running in hard as, oh yeah, that is, he's 3 levels up. And look at that bear value.
Smacked him.
Wow. Smacked him real good. And then subsequently here, we have an attempted defense of the turret, not quite working out. Podok has to move very far back. They don't really have the damage available. Lockdown on Juhan takes him down. And then it is the cask from Chovy that guarantees that the rest of the team can't join. No collapse opportunity here. That is the Drake getting taken as well by Gen G, and it took a little bit longer, but it looks like this one is going exactly the same way as the previous game, Valdez.
Maybe not a shellacking, but it's okay.
Be.
There's still time for the shellacking, but I don't think it'll happen, especially because DRX have this second Rift Herald. They're going to drop here in mid, and we'll see if that works out for them. Cloud Soul stacking up for Gen G.
He has another bear, Valdez.
He does. Many bears have been summoned and slain in this game. So the pressure not really there. There's no objective as well. It kind of just got thrown down because they're like, well, we might as well use it.
Oh no, Rascal. I know there's a bounty, but...
well, he's going to get the bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got the bounty. And now he's dead, as this is a 2-on-1. Not really much to say here, as Rascal will use a cask. Just delaying time, but Cassante doesn't care about that, as he has 17 million dashes.
Oh?
Oh! Oh! Okay. More bear against bear, as this time we do have Juon and Beryl up in the top lane. And Podok, actually. Time for a Baron, perhaps? Maybe just another turret bounty.
I like your optimism, Valdez.
Yeah.
I think it's very important in tough situations to remain optimistic. But when does optimism cross into folly?
I would never want to cross into folly. That's
Yeah.
scary. We don't even use that word.
That's a word, right? It's not something I just made up.
No, it is a word. Yes.
Technically.
True. That's definitely a word. It just sounds like something like a British Prime Minister would say, you know. It's not necessarily a word many Americans use, but that's fine. At this point, I've been in Korea for almost 11 years, so am I even American anymore, Chronicler? What do you think?
I think you're just Valdez.
Okay. I'm a hybrid.
Yeah. That's the beauty, right, of living somewhere else.
Do I have a battery? Like a hybrid car?
Oh, yeah. I also...
Actually, all cars have batteries.
They do, yeah. But, you know, you need a bigger one for a hybrid.
True.
And I'm going to assume that you are... You know, you're pretty easygoing when it comes to energy as well. Very energy-efficient individual.
Okay. Would you call me electric? Like a static shiv?
Well, I don't... So I think the connotation surrounding the word electric has become somewhat negative. But, you know, I think you got an electrifying personality.
Thanks.
Consistent streamer Brendan Valdez.
True.
Yeah.
Although I missed it today.
I know. I wasn't going to
like
draw
11
attention
hours
to
instead.
it. Didn't have to do it to yourself, Valdez.
Turns out sleeping 11 hours was the better choice, especially when we had these huge action-packed games, especially in this first series. Very back and forth, close one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when do you think Genji's going to pull the trigger on the Baron? Do you have a time in mind? It's not quite the same as game number 1.
I think they're going to start Nash, but they're just going to turn. And then they're going to win, and then they're going to go in.
I already started it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you
have to
go.
finish my sentence.
Didn't even give you time to answer the question. As here comes DRX. Can they make a play?
Juhan
on the Baron. Juhan is trying to get in. They don't have any vision of this. Here comes the turn. The Maokai ultimate is in as the Spinorama comes out from Juhan. But he is already dead as down goes the clone as well. Padak has no front line as Rascal is running away to the left. And that is going to be a couple of kills in the pockets already of Genji. The rest of the team of DRX just ran away, tail between their legs, so they can just turn back on the Baron and take down the objective.
And unfortunately, everything is textbook once again here for Genji. Start up the Nash, know you have a big gold lead, immediately opt into the fight and be able to win it. Great initiation, great setup. As we get a pause, looks like we might be having some issues, and hopefully those will be resolved momentarily.
소환사가 다시 연결되었습니다.
Kind of interesting timing on that one. Right after we had the Baron fight. I didn't notice anything silly. Any silly business. Hopefully it's just like an audio issue or something like that. So we'll just have to wait and see how it does happen.
I'm just impressed you got 11 hours of sleep, Valdez. I have a really tough time actually sleeping for that long.
It helps when you go to sleep after 4 a.m.
A little bit of video gaming.
Just a little bit, maybe
just
some...
a little bit of video gaming.
You know, one too many extra ARAMs with Dan Ox Harrison.
He is a big ARAM enjoyer.
Yes. We had a great time, though. It was a lot of fun.
What was your best ARAM game?
G-Sun says, let me join the ARAMs. Sure. The 4 a.m. As she says, I just had a penta on Samira 2 days ago.
Man.
My
hey,
highlight,
I didn't know G-Sun played Samira.
My highlight was playing Sona, and Ox was playing Mundo. And he was...
Oh, God.
He was Jack Shomundo.
Of course
Didn't go Heartsteel, no reason to, really. And we just scaled out of control, and we never died after a certain point. We were alive for like 15 minutes straight.
So apparently 4M is also G-Sun peak gaming hours. So between you and Dan and G-Sun all peaking, like that sounds like some quality ARAMs. If I go to bed early enough, you know, I might be able to join.
You can wake up for the ARAM at 4 a.m.
I definitely can't go to bed at like 5 a.m. That is... that is not an option for me. But I can get up at 4 a.m. I can do that.
This guy came from America to watch Chovy.
Great live decisions.
White team.
Good choice.
I also came from America to watch Chovy. Although when I came to Korea, Chovy was not a player. I wonder how old Chovy was when I first came to Korea. It was 2012. How old is Chovy? I actually don't know.
I want to say like 20...
It's like 2001?
21?
Ooh.
22?
I was right.
22?
2001.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was 21.
Cool. Cool story, Valdez. Yeah.
Wait, no, he was 11. Okay, that makes more sense.
Oh, when you? Oh, yeah, no.
When I first got here, he was 11. Okay. And Faker hadn't gone pro yet. And we have a small update, guys. We have a bug with the camera getting locked. But it is resolved, so we are resuming soon.
Nice.
I've had that bug before. It happens.
It does, yeah.
It is a video game. Things do happen to it from time to time.
Events transpire.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
As we're back into the game.
Nice.
The gaming will resume. We will not be denied our games, as we will immediately take a look at a replay instead of watching Chovy or Doran farm.
And initially we see attempt at a disengage doesn't quite end up working out. Cask comes down after June is already dead. And with the gold deficit the way it is, not going to be a whole lot of opportunities there as the rest of DRX run for the hills. And
yeah,
it's no shellacking. But that's about all you can say about the game. The moment we went into the team fighting stage, things kind of devolved fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think that's the most positive thing you can say about the game. It's not a shellacking this time.
You know me, Valdez. I'm not the type of guy. I'm always looking for the positive angle, but
yeah,
I'm being challenged.
You found one.
Well, yeah.
It's not a shellacking.
Is it really a
Nicely
positive?
done, Chronicler.
Is it really a positive angle? I don't know.
This game is going longer.
It's better than last game.
Rascal is spotted. Chovy just going for the solo kill onto Fade. This is just incredible now as he's going to go down. He will pay for his sins, I assume, right? Yeah, he does not have an ability to get out of there. So that is another shutdown here onto Padak. It's a shutdown. It is
Look at bot lane.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, they do have Baron, so this is bound to happen. And maybe they can get something going. Padak did go back and pick up a LDR, I believe.
Fake and TP behind him. Shenzi does need to respect the death timer here.
Padak just getting poked out before this even begins, as the axes do scratch the surface of Doran's health bar.
Jonas flash, but no ultimate. That would be big, but without that, and Rascal not having his flash available, so much of the engage potential of the DRX comp feels somewhat lackluster.
I love when players do that. Pei's just taunting.
He's alone.
With his positioning.
Yumi, but
no, he has Yumi. How dare you forget?
The cat?
Yeah. Cats are a very important part of our lives.
You know I like cats. Send you pictures of my cat Chicken.
Yeah, your cat named Chicken.
Yes, well in Dutch it's kip, but yeah, it means chicken.
Hey, a shared red buff.
That's nice.
What happens if Yumi's on your back? I guess Yumi doesn't get it.
Well, if she jumps off, you know, it can be a fun bonding experience where as an AD carry you want your red buff and Yumi's like in classic cat fashion, you know?
Yeah.
Cats never listen, man.
No, they don't.
They're about.
Well, with this lead, Juhan is going to try to get in there. Pace is getting pretty low. We got the flank angle, but it's coming in a bit too little and a bit too late. And wait, Pace is full health again. Severim is one hell of a drug as they're going to take down two people. Padak is down as well. And guys, this will be the end of the game. Doran doesn't even go down to the turret. So Rascal is trying his best to stop this wave from pushing in. He might actually be able to delay this one at least, but they're just pushing in from the top lane. They don't seem to care. It's a flash on the stolen cask. And Pays, once again, full health. just doing the majority of the damage here to the base.
And Genji gonna get their expected 2-0 here. Felt as game number 2 took about 4 minutes longer, but it felt just as one-sided.
Finding those positive angles once again, as Genji will find another kill before the Nexus goes down. Pretty straightforward cookie-cutter 2-0 from the side of Genji. We did see the Sylas coming out, which was pretty cool. Lots of good ults to pick out and steal. And even though Chovy failed to hit his chains multiple times, didn't really matter at the end of the day, as Genji will slide into yet another undefeated streak with another 2-0.
And DRX, unfortunately, their troubles continue. And the starting of Juan and the comeback of Fate, not looking to work it today, but to be fair, who could have expected that against specifically Genji, right? I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing more of this specific lineup for DRX in an attempt to salvage some of the momentum, because you can't really blame them for not being able to stand up against Genji, as Chovy, Peanut, and Doran actually all looking great today. Doran getting multiple solo bolos against a player as respected as Rascal, although you gotta imagine as well, for Rascal, maintaining form in a team that's struggling this hard is a tough ask.
Yeah, and I feel like Rascal himself was struggling a bit as well.
Yeah.
That's Aphelios, but highlighting the pieces of Aphelios that could be used to make the
really cool. I like that one.
Pays name.
Chovy ceremony? No.
Yeah, both Chovy and Peanut are like, please, I don't want to disrespect this team. I'm just going to bow and leave. And that we did get. And some Delight fans as well. Fortunately, they got to watch 2 games of Delight's Yumi, which I guess is kind of just par for the course nowadays on support. Either you're playing Milio, or you're playing Yumi, or you're playing Rakan.
It's okay, Lahens will save us.
Surely.
He'll bring it back. Singed is gonna come and bring redemption.
Surely we see something else that's not those 3 support champs, Clueless.
Let me believe. Well, that's all I got, man. And this was the turning point, even after getting the kill. Paddock unable to stay alive. Good collapse from Genji, and then as soon as the team fights were getting fought, there's nothing that DRX could do. Every lane too far behind. Chovy going on some fun adventures in this game.
Yeah, he had fun. He was taking a lot of aggressive angles that didn't necessarily have to happen. But hey, as long as he had fun, right? This is the last fight.
Bar.
Yeah. Sever him. Ow.
Yeah, it's not like Paddock can't walk up, right? Like can't walk up and auto pace because there's a Cassante standing in front of him.
Yeah, they got Aphelios Yumi and Cassante and Maokai on the red side. And you know what? I mean, it was somewhat by design as well. They banned away Lee Sin, which leaves a lot of picks open, right? You have to ban LeBlanc, you have to ban Nico, so, you know, we can only talk too much about the draft in a series like this, but certainly they were able to pick up a lot of OP champs of their own due to the sheer amount of OP stuff that is currently in the meta. So can you really blame DRX? Not sure. We'll have to leave that to the space. We'll see what they have to say shortly, as the damage numbers tell a story. This time not just 1 tower, but 2 towers picked up by DRX. I'm trying to find the angles chronically.
I appreciate you, Veldas. I like it a lot. Unfortunately, optimism not going to get you very far. Genji, very, very clearly showing why they're currently in first place in the LCK.
Yeah. Really cool stuff. They are now 5-0 here in the LCK. But guys, we are done for the cast on the first series. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about this one.
Oh, thank you very much, guys. A bit more to say, I think this time around was less of a disaster, I think, in the early game at least. Do you guys want to talk about the draft first, maybe, to see the adaptation on the side of DRX?
I mean, like,
change of side.
Sylas came through here, and I mean, there are some decent ultimates to steal.
but you know, it was not really a defining pick in this draft. It's like we see Zeka peek at any.
Look at this. Yeah.
Meta again? Am I about to be a relevant mid laner in the top 3 again? Well, it's a bit early for that. But I thought the draft here for Gen.G a little bit like tier list. You know, it wasn't a draft that really had a lot of synergy here. You got the Cassante late in the draft. The Maokai I think is great, obviously with Aphelios if you have the opportunity to set up that synergy. Decent draft here on the side of DRX. But the Wukong wasn't it for me.
No.
Yeah, no, it sucks. But I think that the idea of what DRX were going for makes sense, right? Get a composition that's really easy to pilot. And this one, pretty like theoretically, you go in, Wukong presses his R button, you knock everyone up, you drop a bear on them, and then you've got a Draven that's able to throw his Whirling Death through, should theoretically also win lane, and then go into a mid game with a whole bunch of money that he can then use to kill a whole bunch of stun targets. The problem is you then put Rascal on Gragas in this composition, and Rascal is the only player capable of carrying this team at the moment. That's all we've really seen, and if he's on Gragas, he's not going to be doing it.
If he's on Gragas, he's on Gragas. Like, that's it.
Yeah. You can create space for your team not to
wasn't
maybe,
good.
But yeah,
They don't have a lot of range. They have Aphelios Yumi that should theoretically fall behind early, and if it does, then you don't really have very much access. So I didn't really like that, but they're just way better players, and so they won.
I wish I could see Rascal get more space, as you said, in these kind of compositions. But to follow up on the topic we had yesterday about mid lane and the evolution of the meta, this is the first Sylas pick of summer. I was wondering what kind of new picks we could see on this patch. Do you think, with Zeka playing the champion, as we know, we may see more Sylas? Do you think it fits in the draft structures that we see mostly in the LCK
I'm going to say
now?
no. I don't really think so, actually. I don't think it's that strong at the moment. I think that Chovy just wanted to have a pick he could play into the Annie decently well, and when you get Tibbers as Sylas, you can actually use that to regain a little bit of lane prio, and he's just happy to trade ultimates that way and try to get small incremental advantages than have follow-up engage for the Maokai. I think he was just like, they took my Azir away, you know, it's not LeBlanc I can play here, so I guess I'll go with the Sylas pick that I'm very comfortable on, and I'm the better player. I don't think Chovy makes this same choice against a stronger team even, to be honest.
I think that he really likes playing melee champions, and Sylas was a melee champion that he felt like playing today.
If there's a team against which you can play this type of champion, I think DRX is this team. Although, Silver Linings, once again, things went a bit better for them, I feel, in the early game. Let's roll the first clip. Maybe not the best illustration of this, but they had more
They did until this moment, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
You're exactly right, Lauren, that until this moment, things were looking much better. And then, once again, we have an overextension here from DRX, and this is just the power of Maokai, right? And it seems like teams have just forgotten that Teleport got buffed, and you can see that Fate quickly remembers, but he joins this very late, and then they're not able to save Juhan either. So yeah, you get a cash in, you give so much money over the side of Gen.G. This is the first thing that really went wrong for DRX.
Yeah, and Peanut getting Maokai as well is a difficulty, right? Like, that is definitely one of the things that went right for Gen.G. They priority picked it as well. He's so good at the champion, and the setup becomes so easy. And so to go back to the Sylas situation, yes, he picks up a kill in this bot lane skirmish, which is a large reason why he's so powerful in this game. But also, like, the setup that you get from having Peanut on that champion that he's so good at just makes Gen.G even more terrifying.
It's exactly, as you were saying, it's terrifying to see all the players on the Gen.G lineup aligned like this, especially looking ahead at the Saturday Showdown we're going to have later this week. But let's roll the second clip here and focus on what Gen.G has been doing right here.
I mean, this one's a little bit rough for me for DRX because you know that they have a Maokai flanking you. You're trying to hold on to this turret that is just not going to hold up. Like, it's going to disappear in moments, and you're fighting over trying to defend a mid turret that you just will not be able to defend when they have this much damage and this much dive with the Maokai. Maokai just says, you can't move. And so the engage is going to work. And the low range champions don't care about your range because you can't move. Because Peanut said, I pressed R. And I think you got to back away from that turret and try to look for a re-engage. You can't actually just hope that you're going to hunker down and defend there.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you've got Melio, so the Maokai doesn't feel as bad. And then you still see that the ultimate works out exactly the way that you'd expect it to. So really nicely played from Gen.G. And to your point about moving further forward, right, having a look at the Saturday Showdown for DK versus Gen.G, maybe on the DK side of the coin, now we've got a Gen.G that's lulled into a false sense of security by rolling over DRX without having to do anything. Or on the other side of it, they don't have to show anything. So I don't know which is more powerful.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think on both ways, it's a really easy way for Dplus to look at this and go, all right, this was not a perfect series for Gen.G. There were some macro errors, etc. But I think for Dplus, I hope they don't also get lulled into false sense of security. They have the much tougher schedule, right? They're playing KT right after this.
Yeah.
And Gen.G actually playing on the same day gets kind of practically a walkover victory here. So I think it's much easier for Gen.G to go into that series feeling mentally prepared and focus everything on what Dplus is doing today. They can learn so much. I think Dplus, they learn nothing.
Yeah, definitely gonna get more information on Dplus here. I want to focus on the player of the game. Let's reveal, shall we? Who gets this one? It's Doran. And it's always interesting to talk about Doran because sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses. Today, it was a good day for the top laner on the side of Gen.G. No misplays, no major misplays, and he didn't get as hasty as he was last week.
No, and managed to get a solo kill against Rascal here towards his top side. And for me, I saw this and I was just a little bit sad, right? Because this is Rascal looking like he's a bit emotionally scarred by how DRX has been performing so far this season. But still, it's Doran 2 games in a row performing very, very well. And I know that DK now has a bit of the analytical staff from Gen.G last year. And so they know all about how a lot of these players work. And it's going to be very interesting seeing them adjudicate Doran on a bit of a roll here because he is a scary prospect.
It's a bit of a split vote. We ended up ultimately going for Chovy because he had a lot of impacts to that teleport play bottom side.
Don't rob Chovy.
And don't rob Chovy. But for me, watching Doran perform this well gives me hope that maybe Gen.G can perform internationally at Worlds because people have been asking, like, what's the best team in the LCK? People are casually watching. Is Gen.G actually going to compete with LPL? And I'm like, we got a Doran problem here, but looking better at least in this series against Rascal, who is himself a very strong top laner. So I'm hoping that he gets a little bit of confidence back with this win.
If Doran does it for 4 weeks in a row, I'll jump on that hype train. But for now,
I'm hoping.
We saw it in the series against T1 in the final in spring. That didn't really help for MSI.
He's ready on stage. Actually, maybe he can share some words about his performance today and look ahead at Saturday Showdown. We'll come back right after this.
Thank you guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Paige and Doran on the side of Gen.G. Paige, you secured the sole position of first place in the POG rankings. How do you feel? With my POG from the game 1? I feel like, yeah, it always feels great to be first place. Doran, tell us how you feel about the 5 consecutive wins. Like we're smooth sailing, keeping our win streak. And with us being rank 1, I feel like we're really confident about being able to win against anyone. And Paige, this is your 4th POG with just Aphelios, and I feel like you've been displaying such fantastic performance whenever you grab Aphelios. Despite that, we haven't really seen any Aphelios target bans against you, so thoughts on that? I feel like Aphelios is very good with regards to giving you like a good performance, and it's probably why we keep getting POGs with Aphelios. But I feel like there's always a way to counter and kind of pick Aphelios off, so that's probably why they don't ban Aphelios. And there was a highlight where you pulled a calculated kill on Milio. Let's take a look at it. And the analyst desk went wild right here. Do you have the ability to calculate exactly how much damage output you'll have with Aphelios' sniper gun combos? In the laning phase, I think we were able to harass the enemy. And since we didn't ignite when they exhausted, so I feel like it wasn't an exactly perfect play. Doran, how did you think? What did you think of Paige's play in this moment? Oh, he did well. Good job. Doran, in game 1, Chovy teleported top, But before he was able to get to you, you ended up getting a solo kill. And in the voice comms, Chovy said, "Why did you kill him without me already?"
지금은 좀 더 빨리 탔어도 되지 않았을까? 좀 빨리 탔으면 줬을 텐데.
And then I replied with, "Hey, you should have probably TP'd a little sooner."
다음은 또 도란 선수, 초비 선수 두 분 다 원만한 플레이가 이어졌으면 좋겠습니다. 도란 선수 그럼 2세트로 한번 넘어가 볼게요.
And Doran,
2세트 뱀픽 단계에서
let's talk about game 2 in the draft phase.
않더라고요. 그런데 레드 4, 5픽으로 크산테와 사일러스를 가져가게 되셨는데 왜 이런
The
픽이 나오게 된
R4 and
걸까요?
5 pick was Cassante and Silas. So how did you guys come up with this comp? I think Cassante is pretty high up on the tier list right now, and Chovy tends to play Silas really well, so we ended up coming up with that pick.
보여준 덕분에 POG 투표 결과가 많이 갈리기도 했습니다. 도란 선수가 2세트 POG를 받긴 했지만 도란 선수가 생각하시는 또 2세트 POG 선수가
Even though
있을까요?
you got the POG for game 2, can you pick someone else to who deserves?
받더라고요.
오, 수환 선수 어떻게 생각하세요?
Who deserved POG for game 2? I thought Paze would get it. What are your thoughts on that, Paze? I feel like he just says that he just said that because I'm right next to him. So you think Doran deserves POG? Yeah, I was definitely thinking either Chovy would Doran or Doran would get it. What are your thoughts on that, Doran? Yeah, I can see that.
두 분 다 계속해서 연승을 이어나가고 싶으실 텐데요. 돌아오는 토요일 Dplus
You must be eager to continue your winning streak. You play Dplus Kia this upcoming Saturday showdown. So what about Dplus Kia are you most wary of, Pace?
바텀이 정말 잘하는데 그리고
I think Dplus Kia's bot is quite solid.
게임이 편하게 되는 것 같아서
I feel like for us, Genji as a team, as long as bot does well, the rest of the game tends to go pretty smoothly. So we'd have to focus on our bot plays. What about you, Doran?
초반에 강력하게 잘 하는 팀인 것 같은데.
Dplus Kia is a very strong team in regards to their early game. So I feel like they're definitely an opponent we should win against. And we'd like to hear your resolution for the match against Dplus Kia.
어떤 점을 또 중점적으로 준비하고 싶으신지
What do you think the game plan will be?
한번 포부도 보여주실 수 있을까요?
Or how you managed to win against them. I feel like as long as we play like we did up until this point, we'll be good and we'll make sure to secure rank 1. And Doran? I feel like as long as we're consistent in regards to our practice and preparing, we'll be able to win. And this will be the end of the interview with Pace and Doran, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Amazing translation as always. Any information about the Saturday showdown? Well, of course, they want to focus on your lane. Doran was talking about this space as well. But what is the matchup that you're looking forward to the most coming into this game?
Well, I'm actually looking forward to the next matchup. KT
Oh,
versus
okay,
DK.
all right.
That's what I'm.
Yeah, I mean
looking
that's the precursor, right? Because that's gonna. We already learned a little bit about Genji today, a little bit. I want to learn more about Dplus Kia. I'm kind of like Frodo. Like, I want to hear more about Dplus. Like, tell me about Dplus.
We just went from a series between the first place and the last place, and now we get to see who breaks the tie in second. Like, this is. I feel like this is important.
A bit more even matchup. I will ask that question at the end of the day, then maybe we'll get more information on this. KT Dplus coming right after this one. But during the break, don't miss out on the trailer of replay. We will be back for the second series at 7:20 KST. Don't go anywhere.
승리를
This is R!
30조 RRR 펜타킬! 나이스!
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. I gotta fight. Walk through the fire. Into the night. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
LCK의 공인된 전투 중점기를 소개했습니다. 옵저버 Dplus 판단으로 지면 비틀즈 은퇴? 그냥 밴 안 하고 해도 상관없을 것 같아요. 좋아 안 할게요.
이렇게 잘했어. 야, 나 또 죽었어.
괜찮아 형 진짜 괜찮아 형 괜찮아 괜찮아 이거 가져
이들 벌레인데? 나 얘기하고 싶어. 지훈이 형 급할 필요 없다. 그런가?
아, 그러니까 게임할 때 템포가
여유를 갖고 하던 소리가 난 될 것 같아서 그렇게 하는 건데 딱히 잘못된 판단 없지 않았나?
아, 판단이 잘못됐다기보다 그 말투가
Oh, God. That's just not fair. Oh, God. He just keeps hitting him. It's not fair. Product now, he's super low. He's just going to get punched to death by the Blitzcrank. And Barrel, finally, he's going to hit level 6 first. He's trying to help out, but unfortunately, the bottom lane of Palm Life a little bit too far ahead. Life Esports take that one down in a huge ultimate from the Aphelios and immediate follow-up from the rest of the team as Rascal and Kroko go home without much to show for it. Viper will pick up his first kill.
Going to be there as well. Okay, the Ari going to be dealt with underneath this turret there. She has to flash, but it's not going to be enough. And Zez, that's how you deal with a new player. As Ivory just caught off guard this Gragas. Yeah, definitely don't. Carrier, right, looks for the backline, he finds both! Emperor's Divide delivers them into the open arms!
Oh, that's a lot of damage in Atayun. He's got to be careful, and down he goes even before the land.
After this one, even more so as the combo to come out here, beautifully done from Hayes.
He was trying to respect it and failed at that as the ult comes in, Vital in a lot of trouble, but the Melio not even able to help him out here. Peter did his best, unfortunately a bit far away from the heal cooldown, so Hayes at least able to set up his kill in mid.
Showmaker here, maybe he makes a play. Oh, that's a package. He's going to interrupt Ivory here, who doesn't actually get the damage. The flash has to come out, but Showmaker will take that solo kill.
Oh, that's a bonus. Nice bonus.
but Def says that he's kind of into it. Quad goes golden though, and they take down the Jinx. Pop flush onto 4 though, as they have another 80 carry. Her name's LeBlanc, and Showmaker's going to show them how it's done, as Sylvie underneath his turret is going to be able to lock up Showmaker for a bit of time.
マスターズには秘密がある。ここ東京で世界が見つめる中、その全てが明らかになる。解き放たれる才能、暴かれる秘密、全て出し切るか、無に帰すか。精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線、最高峰はさらなる高みへ。全ての試合、全てのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. The first one didn't really deliver. Hopefully this second one can actually deliver because we got KT up against DK. A couple of teams that are at the top of the standings so far, Chronicler.
Yeah, the first series delivered exactly what was expected, which was not what we wanted, what we ordered. We ordered a cool upset or a competitive series, but it was just the same old thing. This one, though, I am excited about. Deft is back at Low Park as well, and he's going to be necessary because KT thus far has looked a lot stronger than Dplus, but we've known Dplus can be a bit up and down in how they look from game to game, and I'm hoping we get the best for him because that means this series is going to be amazing.
You can see that both of these teams are currently tied in the standings, but what these numbers won't tell you is which teams they did face off against.
Oh, yeah.
And also what their form looked like in those games as well. DK, they played up against a lot of the weaker teams. They even dropped a map to DRX, and it's been rough, right? They've had Deft in and out. We've had Rahel in here again for the LCK. Deft going through the health issues, of course, but now he's back, as you mentioned. Hopefully that can help him out.
It has to, because I think that is one of the few true angles that Dplus will have, as we can see that both of these teams are looking to climb the ladder, and both of them also having very strong opponents coming up next. And these matches are probably going to set the pace for how the rest of Round Robin 1 is going to look, right? We will have a much better idea of where they rank amongst one another, because right now Gen G seemingly ahead, but everyone else still don't really know.
Week 2 OPGG Player of the Week winner Cuz versus jungler POG rank 1 Canyon. That's for all the junglers, not overall. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one. I think that currently, like, Canyon's pretty good, and he's been showing off some fun games on the Nico and stuff, but I think against KT, you're not getting that, and Cuz has looked incredibly dominant and consistent as well, which is something we really like when Cuz is playing like that.
Yeah, we have seen individual games, I think, where Canyon looks like the best jungler. The Nico game comes to mind, right, where he was able to so consistently find angles. But when you look on average, Cuz, without a shadow of a doubt, I think the best performing as Showmaker, that little bit of insanity, as maybe someone didn't ban Cassante and he completely lost it, versus BDD, a player that I'm just so happy to see having completely shaken off, right, the rust of last year. During spring, still looking incredible here. One of our best performing mid laners in the Summer Split thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really important. It puts KT in a very dominant position right now in the LCK. Their top side of the map is one of the best we have. And that's including other teams like Gen G, like T1. KT is up there with the best when it does come to their top side of the map. Now, the bottom 2v2, or the two in the bottom, I should say, are pretty good. I wouldn't put them at, top 3, but definitely are doing pretty decent in their own right. As here's KT on the left side.
And I'm glad you pointed out, because aiming in Lahens, and I think aiming in particular, is, in my opinion, one of the few angles that is going to exist here today for Dplus. I'm really, if you're a Dplus fan, you're worried about the top side of the matchup, because Keen has looked incredible, and as you point out, more importantly, they draft very well towards the top half of the map, and as soon as Lahens is able to leave his lane, like, the top side power, the consistency of Cuz, plus Lahens' roams turned his team into an almost unstoppable juggernaut, and they are our most dominant team in wins, right? Like, they have the biggest kill difference games, because once they get a lead, very reminiscent of what we saw last but from T1, they will pummel you down, and it is up to Dplus to show that they can withstand some of that early game power and some of those mid-game accelerations. And when we look at the top of Kana in particular, it's looked up and down.
It definitely has, and Dplus Kia have a lot of strong angles in their own right. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can make it happen here on this day, as both these teams have a very strong strength of schedule, including each other today. And it's going to be hard for both of them to prepare for both of the matchups. So it will be interesting to see what they do have prepared and what they will have for this matchup specifically. And it's been a lot of fun to watch this roster. but I am definitely worried about that top lane for these guys. But let's see what Def can do now. Back in the LCK, back at Lal Park. And can he help carry this team across the line? I'm sure a lot of people will be looking out for that.
And drafts are going to be big. We have, of course, seen the new meta development, but outside of specifically the LeBlanc, we're not quite sure. And yeah, that LeBlanc game that Showmaker had definitely helped. And obviously, this is still the early stats, but what is important to note is that I do think Showmaker seemingly reinvigorated. His spring was very lackluster, kind of up and down, had okay games, but at large wasn't necessarily part of that top 4, right? Faker, Chovy, BDD, all these players performed, but not really the case for Showmaker. And thus far in summer, he is making a strong case for saying, hey guys, I'm back.
Yeah, absolutely. Showmaker versus BDD will be one of the really fun matchups to watch, even in a mid-lane meta where it's like Azir versus Annie, Azir versus Ahri. Will LeBlanc get banned? Almost definitely. Will Azir get banned? That's another question. There's way too many things to ban right now, and I feel like unless you're on blue side, you can't really afford to ban Azir. So let's see if they will end up doing that here up against KT. This jungle matchup also going to be really interesting. Like, what are these two going to pull out? Because we know they both can play a wide variety of things, and the jungle diversity has been insane this season. There's so many different things you can play in the jungle successfully.
And I'm glad you touched upon the picks that you want to take away, right? The kind of lack of flexibility that exists within bans. And KT have been able to use that very, very well. Sejuani, to me, is one of the picks that might not be the highest priority in every single game, but against KT, like, it works just so incredibly well. And then on the flip side, things like Gragas, things like the Poppy, which we actually saw T1 use to kind of neutralize yesterday some topside approaches, could be something that will raise here, or rather raise in stock for Dplus, who have had some great drafts and have some drafts that left us kind of scratching our heads. We'll see what ends up coming through here today, but yeah, if there is a guy that I expect to pull out other Shiv-related shenanigans, it is definitely Showmaker.
He's done his research. If you've watched his stream in the past week, it has been playing pretty much only stuff that can play Shiv, and stuff that probably shouldn't play Shiv, but he'll try it anyway. So, has he cooked up something here for this series? Probably. Will we see it is another question. KT Rolster, very curious about their bans. They're going to start off with Melio. They just don't want to deal with that.
And are they still going to ban Lucian? That's another one that Lucian has somewhat dropped in priority, but is a pick that Deft and Dplus use with great efficiency. LeBlanc getting taken away, the Pigeon for BDD also not being given. Very understandable given his extreme level of comfort on the champion. Sejuani still open. The Yuumi also rises in priority with the Melio no longer being available, although we do know that KT is one of the teams that will very gladly ban or pick something like a Blitzcrank, but no, is going to be banned away here as well. And is it just going to be B1 Fellows? Given that it's KT, I'm expecting it to be Sejuani. I think that they use the pick extremely well, and playing towards an Aphelios isn't necessarily something that I expect from them. Giving over to Dplus is going to be a big risk.
There's just so much stuff available, because if you're banning away both Melio and Yuumi on blue side, it's incredible what you can leave open. So Annie is taken away. Vi is here. We have Maokai, Sejuani. In terms of other top-tier junglers, you still have Aphelios hanging out, not banned. Should be a consideration.
There's so much. There's also Cassante that you might want to pick up. Another really big one. Cassante, we already mentioned the Maokai. Maybe some static Shiv shenanigans from Showmaker, and even with the fact that they... Lucianami. We mentioned it earlier, and looks like it is going to come through here. Expect this to be jungle pickup here. If they do want to prioritize one of the highly sought-after junglers, Nami picked up then in third rotation, unless they don't want to give anything away. and just slam the 1-2, and it looks like that's going to be the case.
Very much like the Lucian, more than the Draven and the Zeri, especially with Vi showing.
Yeah.
Now, I mentioned before, if you're a support player, you're probably playing one of three things. One of those things was Rakan. Xayah Rakan is available with Melio and Yuumi both banned. It looks like Aphelios will be ignored for this draft, which is incredible given his current power.
And the Lucian Nami is going to make it hard for KT to really unlock Lahens, because Rakan obviously is a really good roamer, but Xayah can't really be left alone underneath a turret against the aggressive duo. But when you get to mid to late game, man, the combination of Vi and Rakan is incredible, and I think the Maokai here makes a ton of sense. The combination of Maokai ult and Nami ult is going to provide some much needed relief from the amount of engage that I expect to come through here from KT. Sejuani not going to hit the Rift this time around. Understandable given how high the Vi priorities, but I do think, as far as AD carries go, between Gilforce and Relentless Pursuit, Lucian is one of the better equipped ADs of dealing with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of mobility on this one, wants to handle it in a good way, as Ahri going to be taken off the board, as is Jace. We're targeting mid laners at this point. The Jace also for the top side. Will we see any kind of Sion matchup here for Keen? Could be a consideration if we see a Gwen ban on blue. What DK want to take away first?
Yeah, I would really like the Gwen ban here actually for Dplus, because it's going to be Kennen instead. Because it would allow them to pick Cassante here on R4 and then allow them to still flex that. You can obviously put it in mid, you can put it in top side, although you will be lacking damage if it ends up being the Cassante Maokai. Tristana going to get taken away again. And don't forget Kennen, another one of the shivers. Doesn't necessarily need to go for it, but we have seen that come through already in challengers, and it's also kind of a sign that they just want to put Kana on something that can provide reliable frontline for the rest of the team. Is it just Renekton? Yeah, I was about to say, Kana is incredibly strong. I'd argue much stronger on this pick than many of his other ones. And now it's up to Keen. Is it going to be something like the Jax? Is it going to be the Gnar? What does he have in store here?
Yeah, this is an interesting question, because we've seen him play tanks, we've seen him play stuff that can, you know, counter the lane that he's in as well, and could be an important consideration. Might see TF here for BDD as he hovers it and goes back to the Talia, one of the only mid laners that's really picking up this pick right now as well.
And has earned our trust, has looked great on the pick. The semi-global of the ultimate has been utilized by great efficiency by KT, and the setup is amazing. Between Rakan and Vi, there are a lot of ways to guarantee the follow-up knock-up and knock everyone back into the waiting arms of the stones. Oh my god, he's doing it.
Well, you were talking about trust.
Oh boy.
For BDD, I absolutely think you can trust him on Talia. Quinn is something I haven't trusted for a very long time.
Oh boy.
And you can ban away all of the best Shiv users, but you can't ban away all of them, Chronicler, including Aurelion Sol, as it will be the choice here. And I would assume that is going mid. Although with Shiv, you could just put it top too if you wanted to.
So there's a couple of sides to this. The Quinn is notoriously hard to execute, right? It's a pick that if you make a mistake in lane, you're going to get kind of clapped as soon as you fall behind. Yeah, but the one benefit that I do think it provides is it should have prior regardless of what happens. And it will force Canyon to play towards the top side of the map. And with this Lucian Nami lane, ideally, Canyon will be spending most of his time in bot trying to help them apply pressure there. So it could force a situation where Dplus is kind of spread thin around the map. But as good as Keen has been, and as much as I trust him, Kana on Renekton is a completely different top laner from Kana normally. We saw this last split as well, where the Renekton was such a big standout pick for him. And even when it comes to lane counter, I do think the composition from KT is very, very short range. And that's why I really would have liked the Ezreal. I think the Aurelion Sol will provide similar benefits we get later in the game, but the hard engage is great, but you are going to be relying on that because this is a short-range composition and the Quinn high variance. Do you trust KT? Because if they do get ahead with this composition, the Quinn gets a lead. Very hard for Dplus to play it out.
Well, Keen would probably be the one guy I would say maybe. And we'll have to wait and see if he has got it going on here for game number 1 as we get Aurelion Sol again for Showmaker here in game number 1. And off we go once again. Important to note as well that Quinn oftentimes was only selected into Renekton.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something that they could have prepared as well, because as you were mentioning, Chronicler, you know that Kana is such a comfortable Renekton player. He's great on it. So what can we go for? Maybe we go for Quinn once again. Can you build Shiv on Quinn? I mean, you can.
Yeah, you might.
Is it a good idea?
So yeah, I wonder. I haven't really looked into Quinn builds recently because the champion.
Because it's Quinn.
Because it's Quinn. But obviously the AD variant of Quinn, I think the crit type could very well use the Shiv and be fine. Provide you with some much needed and reliable wave clear, because that is one of the things that I think the Quinn can struggle with. We'll see whether Keen actually ends up going for that, because on the flip side, just getting as much damage as possible to try and keep Kana down is also going to be something that Keen is going to be looking to do. And obviously, you're playing a range in the melee matchup, and you can cancel when the Renekton tries to dash in and get on top of you. You can cancel it with your own kickback and make his life very pleasant. Yeah.
Quinn is one of those champs that came out relatively early on, so we don't have like super mega fire kick or whatever the hell that is. It's just
look at that.
vault.
That is very fitting.
I'm going to look it up, actually. I'm very curious about this.
So the last time that it was played was also by Keen into Rascal. And it didn't win, but we're not going to let that hold us back here, as Keen is showing why this is not a fun matchup for the Renekton.
Yeah.
Bad times.
This is why you play Quinn into Renekton. You will dunk on the pick. That is pretty much a guarantee. And as you mentioned, Chronicler, it's very important where the junglers play around this, because you will need some relief eventually as the Renekton. You're not just going to sit here and lose. Otherwise...
Well,
well, you will, unless, of course, the jungler shows attention. But look at this. The ward sees Canyon, and they're like, okay, now Keen gets to do literally whatever he wants.
Yeah. And the call from Dplus might straight up be...
But he missed the cannon.
He did. Might straight up be like, we're just going to accept that this lane is going to get completely bullied, because obviously the reason why Quinn is not a more often seen character, even with her 1v1 matchup being as good as it is that once you get out of lane, Quinn is not the best. She is a character that is effectively a AD carry that doesn't really get to auto.
It is vault.
It is vault. Yeah, of course. I trusted you. I wasn't worried about
Champ
that.
came out in 2013, March.
Wow.
Yeah.
That old, huh?
Yep.
So, but when you get once you get out of lane and you start team fighting, you are very short range. You are very squishy. Keen did go for cleanse, which obviously great into the both top side champions from Dplus, both the stun from Kana and Canyon with his W. But you do need a lead, which thus far, Cole has been picked up as well, or rather started with it, and he has been pushing. But it's going to be about how can KT then further facilitate, and I'm loving this. This is exactly what you want to see. Keep that top side strong, and go for the invade here, because Maokai and Aesol not going to feel too confident here.
That's the thing, Smite 5. One shot. Canyon's already walking away. He's like, okay, cool story, bro. Just going to get out of there. And yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, Showmaker's here on Aurelion Sol, so he just wants to farm and scale, not really looking to take any fights in the jungle at this point. Meanwhile, BDD will have immense pushing power early on, especially compared to the Aurelion Sol, who needs some time to get online with that.
Yeah, because there are basically two outcomes. Either KT is going to maintain this pressure on top, right, turn this Quinn into a really big side laning menace, and put the rest of Dplus on the back foot, And we're never going to see how good Acel can be. We're never going to see 5v5 team fights with Dplus, you know, utilizing the power of that Maokai. But it's going to be Keen and just the rest of KT, top in general, take over the game. Or we're going to see a little bit of release date diff, as Quinn is going to have to be forced to team fight against late game Aurelion Sol, in which case life will not be good. Although, I say team fight, but I think ideally, KT never
That's the
at
thing.
any point fights.
The second you see team fight and Quinn in the same sentence, you're not winning. Like, that's just not going to go well, ever.
But thus far, Keen doing swimmingly. Rest of the team doing a good job of setting him up. And stacking early Drake's really big for KT, because that is one of the ways that you can avoid being dragged into a fight.
Yeah, get at least one Drake. It can be a little bit difficult if you are playing against a Lucian, but it kind of shows enough pressure down here. Maybe they can get it going. Flash on in-depth will respect, as looks like the Relentless Pursuit maybe on cooldown, not able to get away from that one on time. So now the two junglers making this a tri-lane for the moment. Flash down on the hens, but with the Vi around, they're not going to try any funny business for now.
Yeah, BDD is 6. So even with Showmaker TPing back to the lane, Dplus really need to respect, because Showmaker can roam okay, but obviously you're not going to win against the Talia wall.
Just leave the ward there. Canyon is still standing there. Okay, are they going to take out the ward? I guess they will. Okay, no, he's finally got it. Good job, Canyon. It only took you a minute.
Yeah, also his bot lane kind of got taken down.
Well, this time Showmaker's kind of able to join, as a bit of an ult comes in. BDD does get sucked on over, and you see that Showmaker just going to throw in the ult, and that's basically all he can do at this point in time.
Wave state is nice here for Dplus, so that's the win that they'll be taking. And yeah, obviously you don't want to get caught in early skirmishes against the Vi in particular. Although no ultimate available yet for Cuz, that would have really changed the equation on the top half of the map. Kana, just hang in there, Crocodile. It won't get better, but you know, maybe at some point someone will help you.
Yeah, he got the plated steel caps, which is a very good purchase early on. There's a lot of auto attacking that the Quinn is going to be doing into you, so gives you a chance to kind of stick around in the lane and at least kind of hang on and keep up. As that is a little alpaca. Just a small little alpaca treant. No, not treant. Sapling.
Sapling.
Yeah.
I mean, there are trees. I don't know what size you need to be a treant versus a sapling. Yeah. Although in this case, they're not saplings, they're llamas, but you know.
Aren't they alpacas?
Oh yeah, alpacas, of course.
Are alpacas
obviously
part of the llama family?
I am not very well
acquainted
with the biology on that end, unfortunately. Never my greatest subject. You know, biology, chemistry, I dropped all of those as soon as I could.
Interesting.
Is it? I don't think it is, but I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
And that's why you studied law.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the exact opposite. I hated writing, so I just went into math and science. But
great choice.
Yeah. Well, not for you.
For you.
For some people, yeah. Rift Heralds, you have full top priority, so Rift Herald is yours by default. Should be able to use that to push it in the top lane if you want, but Cuz can hold on to it and decide where he does want to drop that. Especially that's also highlighted because, again, Showmaker doesn't have any prio in mid, so you're basically sitting here and waiting if you are DK. Maybe you can get some stuff done in your bottom lane, but...
You better run, Kana.
Yeah. The one quote-unquote positive part of this is that it's very obvious what's going to happen, right? So Kana is out of there, he's not going to die. He knows this is coming. It's very clear what the game plan is. This rotation up, but it doesn't make it any better.
It still works.
Because Kana, yeah, it still works, right? But at least they're not adding a kill on top of it.
Yeah.
At least he's able to go and get a decent back timing, but he's still down 30 CS, and he's probably going to lose this turret eventually. They don't have to use the Rift Herald up here, actually, because you would like to keep Quinn in the lane as long as possible.
Yeah.
In the shorter lane.
It is the correct choice, but It doesn't feel great. Dragon is picked up, though, for Dplus. They get an early Chemtech Drake, which is great because it means there won't be a Chemtech Soul. And as expected in this game, Keen absolutely effectively single-handedly keeping that gold lead the way it is, Cuz also getting some great early leads. A Showmaker.
Wow, flashing on in there, diving the turret straight up as the knockback comes in, and Showmaker is just dead. And this is why Vi is generally permabanned, especially with the Rakan timing on the roam from Lehens is perfect. And KT are going to start snowballing an early lead very early on.
And that's textbook KT right there. Cuz sets up the play. BDD is at the ready, and Lehens with a great roam timer here. We saw Dplus, actually Deft and Kellen, I think, were like walking up the river, maybe looking to help out, maybe looking to contest, but they're not even going to get a whole lot for the troubles. Like, maybe they'll get a plate, but doesn't look like they are really in a position. They need it back. Aiming has already picked up a Kraken Slayer, and KT.
Oh boy, they're going to force out the flash already. Kind of just not expecting it, and BDD using that passive perfectly. Makes a play mid, comes down into the top lane. This is not going to do much at all. Kind of scratches them. Now Canyon coming over might be able to get something done. He really needs to for his team, but already they are backing away as a ton of damage is already coming down into Canyon from Lehens and aiming, and this dive is not working at all. I mean, they do chunk them out, but Canyon has to flash away. No kills into the pockets of DK.
And KT starting to run away with this game. Shiv first is Keen. And like, because of the Herald, mid lane turret almost down. Top 30 CS lead, bot lane dive completely neutralized here. All the Dplus have gotten thus far is just a single dragon, and that's not enough. KT really running away with this one.
BDD kind of calling the play.
아무나 먼저 봐도 돼 그냥.
You can go whenever.
보자 해줘 형.
Let's go. Get in there.
잡았어. 오케이.
We got him. Nice.
깔끔 나이스. 미드 전령 깔아. 라칸풀도 빠진 것 같아.
It's like Vinyl Flash, Rakan, maybe Rakan as well. I mean, what else are you going to say? Kana finds an angle. The vault is down. Keen, though, is able to kite him out, which is what will almost always happen, as now backing is the Lucian. Lehens, you gotta be careful, but he is Irakan, and he will deny the back from Deft.
And that's a really big backhand, so because Deft is sitting on components and a lot of gold, doesn't actually have his mythic yet, really wants to back, because will get spotted here, and Dplus right now, 2k gold deficit. This is kind of to be expected, right? This is what you're signing up for, or rather what KT made you sign up for. I don't really think it was necessarily voluntary, but really, yeah, the Aurelion Soul kind of says this is gonna happen, right? You could have gone for a different mid pick where you have a lot more mid game agency, where you can try the impact side lanes. That's not going to be the case. But I am thinking that KT is one of the teams that we can really trust when it comes to pushing these leads. Look at the bot side control as well. No lead for Deft and Kellen to be found.
Yeah, and the Shiv, you know, I was questioning it earlier because we never see Quinn, but the second you see it and you think about it, it's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
You even mentioned it, Chronicler. The Quinn doesn't have great wave clear, but if you add the Shiv, you basically can just ignore the Renekton at some point. Like early on, you can deny his farm, you can be poking him out, you can do stuff like that, but eventually you just push in the wave and you vault off of him and you're just farming up a storm, and there's nothing that Kana can do to stop you.
And Dplus did finish Guild Force and Mandate. That is a big spike, but looking at the rest of the map, I don't know if they're already in a position to try and use it. The one advantage that Dplus have when it comes to the macro game is that teleport. Kana, even though he is very weak when it comes to dealing with Keen, still a Renekton, level 11 has been hit. I think is going to finish his Gourd Drinker now. And hopefully that will provide him the opportunity to provide some impact on the rest of the map, because if Bull doesn't quite have it yet, as long as Dplus doesn't actually get anything going in mid-game, they're going to struggle. I would like KT to not give them this dragon, though, because that's going to buy so much time. And Keen zooming over, but aiming isn't here yet.
Yeah, this is good timing for DK. They're going to start it up. Because is in the pit. They're not really able to deny him access for now, as now even Canyon's taking a lot of damage. Dominus is here, and the smite is good for Canyon, as now the wall comes in, not going to lock anybody in. So KT, though, they are pushing the waves. This is still 2 dragons under the belt of DK.
I actually love the presence of mind from Keen there, because with the back timing from aiming, you can try and flip that fight, but if it backfires, Dplus is feeling much better. Instead, Keen just goes mid and gets first turret wall, so the gold lead now even bigger. And yes, Dplus, they have 2 drakes, that's nice. But the amount of gold in the pockets of KT.
And now you can follow up. You don't care about any wave that's thrown into the VA. You just go underneath it, because we'll die, though, as the flash coming out from BDD as well. Or not BDD. Lahen's trying to get out of there. And, well, they do kill Def, but they do trade 1-for-1 at the end of the day. And not quite able to get out, but still some pressure relieved down there. They're able to push now into this turret and should be able to pick it up as BDD teleporting to the top lane.
No ult for Kana.
No wall for BDD. So they're really trying to get access now to the Croc. Waiting for the slice and dice as Kana will be okay for now, but the poking is coming in. One more rock is thrown, and Keen gets incredibly low, but he will survive after the kill.
Keen also with the red buff there. Could have been the difference makers. Oh, BDD, is he going to get caught here?
Nope.
Looks like he should be completely fine. And they're not going to try and go for it. And this is a beautiful game from KT, right? Snowballing, actually capitalizing.
Gold Chronicler.
Yeah, on the dive. And I really, again, I want to shout at BDD, because this Talia, the TF makes complete sense. And with the TF, I think he would have done exactly the same thing, which is his impact that he's had on side lanes has been so incredibly large. And yeah, Showmaker, you know, eventually, maybe you'll be relevant, possibly.
Not in this game.
But I don't think it's going to be in this game. This ASOL is very uncommon for a reason.
Yeah.
And KT are showcasing you can't disrespect us like that. Dplus need a Hail Mary team fight now. They have some great lockdown. They do have Maokai, but it's going to still require KT to let go of that side lane pressure.
I mean, at some point, it doesn't matter what champions you have. If you're up 7,000 gold, you're probably going to win the team fight anyway, right? Eventually, the power just becomes too great. Keen is sitting on 2 items right now. He has a Gale Force on top of this, and he is just ready to go to town if DK ever thought about getting in there. And they're just going to say, well, we can't. And the Rift Herald in the hands of this kind of comp is much more powerful compared to any other kind of comp, because you already have lane pressure. As we'll take another look at the dive.
Yeah, we see the attempt there. Nice wave, to be honest, coming through from Kellen to deny the Rakan also follow-up, which is the result, or as a result, Kaz ends up going down. But here, look at his Keen not wanting to give it away, baits him in. And even with the sidestep, level lead is there. Red buff keeps him alive, not even close.
He had a potion as well, just left over, didn't need it. And he just has that ticking right at the end. And this is what you can do. And I'm beginning to believe in the Quinn, especially with Static Shiv in its current form. Certainly even empowers it in this matchup. Again, especially everything we already talked about. 3,000 gold, the lead just in the top lane. And again, Kana just doesn't really get to play the game. He's trying so hard to be relevant. Like, Kana, it's not his fault. No. Like, there's nothing he can do. He tried. He was down there at the Dragon. As Lahen's is, you know, trying to be generous. No, he's just trying to put in some vision deep and let Keen continue doing what he's doing.
And we do see, I think they have a suspicion that Canyon is there. Will get spotted now, Cuz right behind him, but not going to go in just yet.
All right, Deft trying to be relevant himself. Just gonna clear the wave, I guess. But we got a Dragon here in 30 seconds, and DK, they love team fights, but can they ever force a 5v5 on their terms if they never have any map control?
So, I think now for DK, you have one game plan, and it is you don't contest anything. Well, obviously, you try to keep your you keep your inners. Your wave clear is outside of the Renection quite good, right, between Showmaker and Deft. And you just sit and wait. You picked up 2 early Drakes, so even though it is a relevant soul, you know you're going to sit it out. Do you want to give a Mountain Soul to KT? No.
4 Mountain Drakes.
With 4 Mountain Drakes and you having
and a 10,000 gold lead, maybe?
No, you don't. But that's all you're going to be able to do for now. And really, like the Quinn has already been hovered a bunch of times, but we didn't see it because Quinn really requires a mix of being able to play the character well, which obviously we can trust Keen to do, but also the team in general playing towards that top side. And no one does it as well at the moment in the LCK, SKT, Cuz and BDD, providing both some much needed support, rather, and 6k gold lead here.
So KT really trying to...
Look at that.
Get in there and force onto the red buff, but Deft was able to pick it up alongside of Canyon. Rift Herald is down, and this turret will take a big chunk. KT not going to overstay their welcome. You know, one false maneuver, you go a little bit too far. This is another reason why teams don't play this kind of comp, because it's a lot more difficult than other, you know, we get 5 team fight ultimates and we get ahead and we win a team fight and we win the game. This one takes a lot more finesse. And so you got to be careful. Like one false maneuver, you get a couple of people caught in the enemy jungle, they maybe start to force a team fight 5v3 on the Baron, and you never know what's going to happen.
And you see there as well, even though Keen doesn't have teleport, the speed with which he can rotate with Valor is still something that is going to apply a ton of pressure. And when you look at DK's snap engage, it really isn't that good as, oh, Kana, oh no.
He does have some teammates up top, but can he survive for that long? We got a TP coming in as well, as he's already down to 10% health. Here comes the Dragon. Showmaker looking to get something going, but the mobility on the Talia and the Vise is way too much, as now Keen is joined up. He already vaulted in, kiting back Canyon, but a massive Showmaker ultimate is going to hit that front line, and immediately Cuz goes down.
Oh, and KT, little close to the fire there. Yes, Dplus is very far behind, but still, when it comes to actually everyone being there and chasing in the choke points, gotta be careful. No real harm done as they pull back in time, only gonna give up Cuz. But that was a glimpse of a reality where KT step a little bit further forward there, and then things can go awry very, very quickly.
Yeah, maybe if you get the kill here onto Kana, you could say it's worth, but they weren't able to do that. Kana was able to dash and flash, and the turn was right there.
Yeah, even with the ultimate not immediately getting one, we see that KT tries to go in, Keen gets engaged on, but does have the cleanse available, but he does force in the rest of his team, and this composition is extremely squishy, right? Cuz is going for kind of a hybrid build. Love this. Start of the Baron, catch Dplus off guard.
Well, if they can burst it down, that would feel pretty nice, but I don't think trying to force a 5v5 against DK is a great idea. If you can catch them off guard, sure.
I got TP. Think that by itself is still a nice win.
As long as you don't get caught and you don't take too much critical damage, it's absolutely a good maneuver. As Keen is going to be looking to Flame Horizon Kana in this game. No surprise there.
But as noted, I think KT still in a prime position to win this game. I think that they should, as we have seen, be able to kind of keep the pressure around Baron. Eventually, Dplus is not going to have the control or not have the summoners not respond in time. And once Keen gets a Baron buff, if you think he's annoying now, just you wait.
Yeah.
But there is a timer on this game. Eventually, like I feel Aurelion Sol in particular against a team that has very little front line is going to run into some trouble, but I'm just setting up in case it does happen. I don't think it should, and I think KT is not going to let that one happen.
It's a possibility. It still exists, and it's one way that DK can get back in this one. We didn't have the LDR quite picked up here by Keen, but he is close to having 3 full items done at 25 minutes in the game, and almost 300 CS already, which is just bonkers. I mean, he has barely missed a single one, and the Shiv is obviously helping out with this. As in goes Kana, there is a buy here. The enemy jungle down on the bottom side. As here comes Showmaker, the rotation comes up, and they are not able to take down this Renekton at all, as Death is just hunting them down. Will be able to pick up 2 and a double kill in the bottom lane.
And that is probably going to set up for Soul Point. KT tried a hard engage, but of all the members, like, yes, Kana is really far behind, but it's still a Renekton. Actually taking him down is going to require some time. If it's Showmaker, if it's Deft, I think your angles are a lot better, but that is not the case. Instead, they all in Kana. Dplus already ready with the rotation, and that is going to be Soul Point picked up for Dplus here.
Yeah. And the Mountain Soul going to help out pretty much everyone, as KT trying to make a move onto the Baron, perhaps, is aiming Lahens. Can they even two-man this? This is also spotted. It's BDD considering coming on over. And DK, here they come. That's a pretty fed dragon at this point. He's up to like 273
they can't, they have to peel off.
Stacks, and yeah, they absolutely have to get out. As Jonas Strong keeps zooming in on that one ward, they absolutely knew that this Baron was happening, and it will not happen for KT this time.
And what I really want to highlight here again is the fact that Dplus already had multiple people rotate over, right? We saw Deft, Kellen on their way. Showmaker obviously can move very, very quickly. And of all the people that get the kills, Deft getting them is so big. This player has been pivotal, and there is still a 5k gold lead for KT. But again, so much of that is on Keen, and actually utilizing that in a scenario where you're fighting multiple members on Dplus is really hard. So it's up to KT to now show that with the control that they have, Keen inside should still be able to 1v1 basically everyone on the opposing team, because he has built up such an incredible gold lead for himself. As Steve is just hanging out, guys.
Yeah, he just got tired.
He needs to take a rest.
Did
you see his health bar?
Yeah, he's had a rough day. What can you say? So that's a thing down in the bottom lane. And yeah, I mean, I think they should have just given more time to Keen. Like, it feels like they're really trying to rush down the Renekton when you can just naturally have that push happen.
And poke him with your Shiv as well.
You have a decent amount of rotational ability on the side of DK with the Aurelion Soul. Like, you don't have to do this, as now they're going to throw Showmaker up against this, because he's reached a point now where he's probably above 300 stacks. He's just clearing waves immediately.
This is good from KT, because Dplus is very, very strongly trying to maintain any form of vision control in the jungle, because eventually the rush down of a Baron becomes a big problem, and it will get started up. Did get spotted, and we see Dplus. I don't know how much time they have. Everyone is taking it down.
Yeah, they have an insane amount of damage here, and Lahens is looking to give his life to zone everybody down, and that he will, as Canyon even got in there. That's a very nice tidal wave, going to keep everybody around, as Cuz trying to give his life as well, but aiming will be taken out first, and Cuz is able to get away, as back onto Valor goes Keen, and they get away with the Baron here with 3 members keeping it alive.
And crucially, the members with the Baron are the most important ones, right? Obviously, aiming and Lahens going down, you'd rather not pay that price, but Keen having it, BDD having it, still going to be a big win for KT. And that's exactly, imagine if the bot lane play didn't happen, they just got this Baron, they didn't give over all the gold to Dplus. Game would feel a lot more secure, but now, even with the gold lead, think that it remains tense. KT though, this extra pressure that the Baron buff is going to provide should help them at the very least secure this bot side turret and turn it into more gold.
What can you say here? You're throwing up a wall, you're throwing in a Rakan. The damage they have on the Baron is amazing, and even though Cannon gets in, it is not enough to steal it away. Had he stolen this away, DK would have been in a really, really good spot. And you could probably force a fight on the Mountain Soul. You pick that up and probably end up winning it, but not to be the case.
And KT gonna have to keep relying on Keen with the Shiv, building towards a GA, providing the consistent pressure here inside lane. Baron buff in particular, you see even the wave clear of Showmaker, not gonna be enough, but he will be able to hold the minions for a good amount of time. And once it comes down to inhibitor turrets, Keen needs to move so far forward, and this is where the vision control is going to be really, really big. KT right now Still has a tough time actually maintaining control.
Okay, he's getting poked down. Lahen's gonna have to flash. Deft finds an angle himself. Doesn't have flash himself, but is still able to get it out of Lahen's. Meanwhile, we do have Showmaker coming on over. He's gonna drop down knee, but does not keep this turret alive, as Steve is gone now. We don't know where he is.
Probably has gone
not
where
dead.
all the minions go.
No, definitely not dead.
He just walked back and he teleported back from the Nexus as Keen.
Uh-oh, this is going to be an insane amount of damage. Kana has to rely on Hysterics here just to stay alive for now.
This is looking great. Exactly what you want. Keen alone with an inhibitor is the best case scenario here, but Kana does have TP. You see Dplus, they're moving towards this dragon.
Yeah, they're trying to just zone him off right now, but DK are doing a good job of moving as a unit and clearing out vision.
I don't know about having Keen here as well. It might be a 5v5 here for the Soul.
Yeah, KT not willing to give up this objective. They say, well, we got to fight the 5v5. We'll see how that works for them, as Kana's being chased down through his own jungle right now. He's not going to have any angle on this fight, actually. Making it a 1v1 as they try to burst down a Maokai, and it works! They get the Maokai before the fight even begins, as Canyon not tanky enough, it seems. Deft, though, has an insane amount of damage. So does Showmaker. They're still holding the Phalanx. They're still holding the front line here as Kana goes in, gets the stun. They're trying to burst down BDD as a big ultimate hits, but it doesn't hit much as Aiming is able to kite it back. Showmaker picks up the Rakan, and it's going to be up to Showmaker to do the damage as they do pick up the Drake, and KT say, okay, we've had enough team fighting for today.
Oh, boy! KT able to execute. Oh, can they get the kill here? Killing Callum would be huge. Do they know he's there? Doesn't look like it, as Jonas Strong pranking us a little bit with that one. And it is the immediate turn onto Canyon. And again, man, BDD, his walls in these team fights are a beauty to watch. But I do got a question here. The call from KT, understandably, you don't want to give up the soul, but it does mean that you are in this 5v5. Again, the zoning really nicely done. BDD completely closing off any possible corridors here. Keen on the backside looking for an angle, because as KT, you might even be thinking, maybe we can try and end the game here, right? If you can get on top of them, but then Kana finds the re-engage, and all this does is buy time for Showmaker. Forces the ultimate, or forces the stopwatch rather from Keen with his ultimate, and the Hysterics will keep Kana alive again. Showmaker doing an insane amount of damage, and that problem of the Aurelion Soul is going to remain there for KT.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, KT, they just wanted that Drake, and they weren't having any delusions of like trying to win a straight up 5v5. I mean, there is angles, but it's not good ones, as they take the Drake and they immediately leave. Now BDD has a nice hat here with the death cap. Is now Cuz is getting a nice little back massage as in goes Deft looking for the angle. Cuz holds on to his flash throughout all of that.
You could also sense that Deft was like, there was a split second I was like, do I flash?
Yeah.
Didn't do it. And we did actually see Keen was already rotating over. There is zero control on the bot side jungle, so it would have been a really big risk. Deft doesn't end up going for it. And this is Keen's jungle.
Yeah, he owns that part of the map.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
He has enough money.
Yeah.
So, easy.
The amount of speed that he has, first of all, he's going to get static shade anytime he's in a lane, of course, but with the behind enemy lines, he can just run around pretty much anywhere and be anywhere at any time. So if they ever find an opportunity to not have a 5v5 and make it like a 5v4 or, you know, a 2-on-1 or something like this, he will absolutely look for that angle.
And I expect the same thing to happen. KT is going to try and get a Baron. The amount of damage that they have available to themselves obviously is so incredibly large, as Kana, again, on the receiving end of a very painful trade. Basically the story of his life in this game.
Yeah, not fun for that player, as he has been well and truly Flame Horizons. I mean, it is one-off at the current moment, but I would assume that it did happen at some point. And he can't really enter the lane. He's just playing the wave clearing game. Deft himself is really trying to shape this game around him in the 4v4. Here's Keen. Okay, he's going to get on top of Showmaker. As where does his health bar go? Oh, that tidal wave is huge, though. Going to keep him alive with the stopwatch. as he gets in onto Deft. Cuz is going very deep. He's got Lehens with him, but Deft is able to get away, takes out the Rakan, and Deft is keeping their hopes alive in this game.
But that's a really good trade for KT because that means the Baron is on the table. Canyon goes down and all it costs you was your Rakan. 2 teleports available though. Showmaker can still join, but there is no smite. So Dplus, are they going to contest here? I think they're going to try. They're kind of forced to.
Yeah.
Teleport coming in.
You got to try to take the fight here. As now TP is in, they're not on a lot of time as Cuz and Aiming are getting it in. They're just going to give it up. They say, nope, never mind.
And crucially there, they have zero vision where Keen and BDD are. If you walk in there and you get shoved back in, Keen gets on top of you, that's the end of it.
Lose, yeah.
And it is a lot of engage coming through onto Showmaker, and it looks for a second there. Again, BDD with a beautiful wall. Like, it is going to be a successful play, but then Canyon, that re-engage there on BDD, really, really ill-advised. Kana trying to join, but obviously not able to get there in time. That is going to be the Baron buff here. KT maintaining their gold lead, but still haven't broken open an inhibitor at 35 minutes. Dplus is really turtling. With 30 seconds on the clock, though, it looks like it's going to be Dplus KT that get themselves the soul point with 3 Mountain Drakes, because I don't think Dplus can contest this one.
Yeah. Well, trying to make some plays again is Deft. He has the calling coming through. Aiming is super low. He's getting burst down before this fight even begins, as an ultimate also coming in.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, just gonna spread that in and look at Keen. He's like, yeah, cool. I don't care about your Mountain Soul.
Soul for Nexus?
Well, no.
Keep going, Keen.
He's gonna try to join. He's gonna try to join. They don't want to give up the Mountain Soul, as they will try to force this engage. He's going really deep on a Showmaker as he doesn't have a stopwatch, but Showmaker lives until Keen gets in that back line. As now Keen is wreaking havoc on everybody in this team. On top of the Dragon, Kana super low. He's not able to get away. Unless, well, he is going to get over the wall. He's going to try to TP in, but Keen already did the damage. As the second they got Showmaker and then Deft right after, the game was over. KT will be able to push in and end this one.
And KT, Dplus challenged them in the mid-game, but their early game was impeccable. And outside of the one mistake they made on the bot side, they have been running the map and will be going up here in game number 1.
Game number 1, that got pretty spicy there in the mid-game. DK making it interesting. Showmaker trying his best. Some of his roams on the Aurelion Soul to get in position and to stop the waves and to make the fights in their terms were pretty good, but at the end of the day, was not enough. The Aurelion Soul was not able to get the job done, and KT played it immaculately, at least at the end.
And it's again the KT top side. Cuz not having the best game on the Vi, obviously some of the plays were necessary evils going down, but also having a few misses left to right. But Keen and BDD, man, they are playing out of their minds. Keen, obviously, the main character of this one, but BDD, we're seeing why he keeps picking up this Talia, because the pick is just not prioritized by anyone else, but the impact that he has on it is ludicrous, and despite the best efforts of Showmaker and Deft, KT gonna take a decisive game. I love that. Look at this gold graph, and the game still, at times, felt quite close. Whew.
There were some moments, I mean, we talked about the team fighting possibility for DK, and Deft was really trying to make that late game about him as well, looking for picks here and there. If you get an Aiming or a Keen or anyone really, you have an opportunity to force fights on your terms, but it wasn't meant to be. Keen able to carry at the end of the day. The Static Shiv Quinn is back, and we'll have to see where Renekton stands as well. But guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
넘었다.
오케이.
오케이.
높을. 쏠볼게. 야, 여기 공 끊어줘. 나 죽었어.
야, 쏠 피었어. 쏠
봐줘,
잡았어.
레넥 봐줘, 레넥.
야, 마우 높을 볼게.
야, 루시안 파이.
우리 이거 잡아줘. 끝내.
마우 노린다.
그냥 끝내러 가, 둘이.
게임 끝내러 가.
이제 가면 끝나.
얘들아, 내가 레넥 류서 끊을게.
아, 나이스. 끝났다.
나이스.
쏘리.
아니야, 잘했어.
좀만 진정하면 될 듯? 너무 유리했는데.
너무 격양되긴 했어.
그러니까. 우리가 사용 빨리 쌓았을 것 같은데.
뭔가 급하다잉?
그러니까 뭐가 급하다잉?
왜 그렇게 급한지 모르겠지만 급하다.
내가 너무
게임이 힘들다. 야, 뭐 얘는 이거 왜 갔냐? 나 이거 소울한테 걸었는데.
Oh, God. That's just not fair. Oh, God. He just keeps hitting him. It's not fair. Product now, he's super low. He's just going to get punched to death by the Blitzcrank. And Barrel, finally, he's going to hit level 6 first. He's trying to help out, but unfortunately, the bottom lane of Palm Life a little bit too far ahead. Life Esports take that one down in a huge ultimate from the Aphelios and immediate follow-up from the rest of the team as Rascal and Kroko go home without much to show for it. Viper will pick up his first kill.
Going to be there as well. Okay. The Ahri going to be dealt with underneath this turret there. She has to flash, but it's not going to be enough. And Zeus, that's how you deal with a new player. As Ivory just caught off guard this Gragas. Yeah, definitely don't. Hurry up! Right, looks for the backline, he finds both! Emperor's Divide delivers them into the open arms!
Oh, that's a lot of damage in Atayun. He's got to be careful, and down he goes even before the land.
After this one, even more so as the combo to come out here, beautifully done from Hayes.
He was trying to respect it and failed at that as the ult comes in, Vital in a lot of trouble, but the Melio not even able to help him out here. Peter did his best, unfortunately a bit far away from the heal cooldown, so he's at least able to set up his kill in mid.
Showmaker here, maybe he makes a play. Oh, that's a package. He's going to interrupt Ivory here, who doesn't actually get the damage. The flash has to come out, but Showmaker will take that solo kill.
That's a bonus. Nice bonus.
Odds for depth. Says that he's kind of into it. Quad goes golden though, and they take down the Jinx. Pop flush onto 4 though, as they have another 80 carry. Her name's LeBlanc, and Showmaker's going to show them how it's done. As Sylvie underneath his turret is going to be able to lock up Showmaker for a bit of time.
대전, my city.
And welcome back to the space, everyone, as KT takes game one here against Dplus. And I want to highlight that it's quite a dramatic change of pace and quality of gameplay also compared to the first series we had today, but there's a lot of things to break down, so let's get right into it. First, guys, the draft. Quinn, top lane, answering to Renekton. A good lane matchup, but I want to say a risky one when you think about the entirety of the game.
So BDD was thinking about, am I going to play Twisted Fate? What's he going to do? But he definitely wants to make an impact around the map, right? Get some early lane prio if he can, right? We don't know what Showmaker's playing just yet. Then they opt into the Quinn, which we really liked the matchup, obviously, for Keen. It has been something Atlas was talking to me about, you know, like, seems like we keep picking Quinn into Renekton, but it doesn't always translate to wins, even though you win the lane. But they basically opted into, we're going to be on a timer in this game. We have to get advantages with this Talia around the map. We have to get the Quinn to absolutely dominate lane. That happened. But then the response here from Dplus is beautiful because they're also saying, let's double down on you're on a timer. We're going to have this extreme late game scaling champion, which also so happens to have the ability to match those hard pushes and the ability to roam around the map, can somewhat match Talia. And I just thought this was a beautiful response here from the side of Dplus.
Yeah, actually, I love how both of these compositions are trying to do completely opposite things. Yeah. And I'm glad that you mentioned the Quinn because we've seen Keen try this over the years many, many times. But the big difference was the jersey that he was wearing. Because initially, he was obviously on a Freak of Freaks, then Kwangdong Freaks, and it was always the Keen 1v9 show. And as Quinn, you need the rest of your team to be on the same page. And what better team than the team that has been the best at 1-3-1 out of any other team that we've ever had? And I actually thought that when we started to see some of these fights go awry and KT lose some of those advantages, that they were going to crumble like they have in the past. We've seen this so many times. Like, Keen has a losing record in this matchup on the Quinn, right?
He just hit 50.
He just hit 50. He's 3-3 now.
Yeah.
But it was never something that we could really rely on. And now, working out, it's actually beautiful to see.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you know that you're never going to be able to contest 5v5, so you want to get this side lane situation and avoid fighting Dplus at all costs. But let's rewind a bit here and talk about the early game, because, guys, as we said, you want to get these early kills. It started in the mid lane, but they managed to get them all around the map.
Yeah, this was beautifully done. I mean, KT knowing their win conditions here, Showmaker looking really like laughing after that one because he knows there's nothing he could have done. They then follow up here. They got the buy in the draft, right? So they got to draft where they could actually hard force these advantages because they had that early buy pick. Yeah, bit of a kill here for Kellen, but it was solo, not a bad trade back. And then Kana, man, bless his heart, he's just trying to play the game. They're not going to allow it. But these 3 early kills snowballed KT's lead into like 5,000, 6,000 gold. That's exactly what this comp wants to be doing. But the execution was crisp from Cuz and each and every part of the map. Mid lane following up, Lehen's getting involved. Bottom side plays were also crisp as well.
Yeah, and then they go for Baron flips and like this all over the map. There were so many things that we wanted to highlight. This illustrates that KT understood what their win condition was, which was get ahead early or die trying. Because if you don't have some sort of buffer, some sort of lead, then you are just going to lose because you can never 5v5 with this composition.
Get ahead early, yeah, but Dplus understood also what they had to do, stacking up these objectives, especially the dragons. And when you know that you're going to have a Mountain Soul potentially on your side, this is when I got worried as a KT fan. But again, they handled this fight beautifully, especially given how difficult the composition they had.
Yeah, I really like how both Keen is basically treating Quinn like an assassin here on the flank, while also Talia using the Weavers, while BDD is able to warp this fight to where now Dplus don't really have an angle of attack anymore here. Depth's culling, unfortunately, completely useless here because there's just not a great way for him to enter this fight. And when the flash engage comes through, look at this instant turn from KT, forcing out that stopwatch. This ultimate from Showmaker not very impactful here. Yeah, he takes out Lehen's, but this fight is so split up by the solo laners here on the side of KT Rolster.
Yeah, BDD having an absolutely extraordinary game on the Talia. His use of walls to make sure that it's never a true 5v5 in any of these skirmishes was really beautiful to see. And the way that he navigates Talia in team fights is just gorgeous. So hats off to him, and I think he played that fight specifically extraordinarily well, and then there was another one in the mid lane almost immediately afterwards. Absolutely fantastic.
There was too many highlights moment here in this game. Honestly, beautiful game on the side of KT. A lot of missed moments, I feel, on the side of Dplus. But let's focus on the winners for now and reveal the player of the game. Keen, of course, risky pick, risky champion support, and he got the success he wanted in lane, but translated this also into mid-game and late-game fights as well to keep the impact of the champion.
Yeah, Atlas and I were, actually a bit split. Like, I really wanted to give it to Keen, but Atlas also highlighted how much BDD did this game, as you did on the space as well. I think both solo laners here, definitely the most impactful parts for KT this game.
Yeah, I was a little bit more towards BDD just because his execution of play was better. I think that Keen's execution of draft was better, right? Like, picking Quinn into Renekton is something that he should definitely win, but the way that he then managed to transition from destroying Canna was also fantastic, and I'm expecting a bit of a split. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Bit of regret. That's fine.
I mean, look, it's my birthday, so Atlas had to listen to me.
Never mind, because if we had voted, it would have been still Quinn, so it's fine.
I want 3 games of this. So far, the first game delivered. I want this to keep on going. So without further ado, let's get into the second game. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Space People, for that wonderful breakdown. As yes, Keen will pick it up. BDD getting the rightful recognition as Quinn Keen plus Static equals so sexy.
That's a formula for the ages, Valdez.
And that's Keen. You better buy now. That's Keen stock is going up and up and up.
Yep. And Kana didn't really get to play the game. Not really anything we can hold against him specifically. But again, I'm really happy that the Space mentioned this as well, and I want to echo it. The biggest difference is just how well KT played around it and how they were actually able to pull off a comp that is really hard. Because once they got to the late game, you saw that the execution had to be very crisp, but they delivered. Now Dplus gonna make their way over to blue side, and I gotta imagine also gonna go for a different direction in the draft, because yes, there was a bot side pressure, but the mid pick in particular, even though it kept them in the game, also imagine if Showmaker was able to have an earlier impact. I think he needs to be on something that can impact early, because letting KT just do their thing, I don't think you're going to win.
I think that's pretty clear at this point, as KT are currently on the big uprising in the standings and in play, as Vi is immediately going to be banned. I think that's a great idea. Just deny that. Also, the Azir once again taken away from BDD. We've mentioned it many times, but in this meta, you can't ban away everything, so you really have to be careful about what you're taking away.
So it feels like Milio will be the answer here. Opening up with that, but Maokai also available. One of the strongest junglers out there. But the benefit of Milio is that depending on what KT do here, you can go in so many different directions. Though, I wouldn't put it past KT to just lock in a jungle and mid lane pick here and then really try to secure a good top side and leave the AD carries towards the later ends, as again, we have the R1 Draven Hover.
Yeah.
A staple at this point.
And DK went straight into Lucian Nami after they did that. But this time it will be locked in, so Draven will be played this time without Emilio, which is normally how it's played nowadays.
Yeah. I wonder what Lahenz's angle is going to be here, because a lot of the engage reports that normally you would go with Draven.
Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Blitzcrank seems like the no-brainer option here, particularly because it's Lahenz. But we can leave that to a later pick. Do you think you need to lock it in R3? Because if you don't, I guarantee you Dplus is going to ban it. And it's Lucian Milio here. Should be able to match whatever early game power is going to come through.
LeBlanc wasn't banned.
Yeah.
Tristana is open if you want to try to counter this.
Oh. Lance thinking about Nautilus. Obviously a pick that he is extremely good on, but Nautilus, I think, going to struggle a little bit more. The benefit is, though, that the ultimate is really strong into both the Lucian and the LeBlanc. Guaranteed lockdown. Going to be big here as the Kindred going to get taken away. Obviously a really tough pick to deal with for the Viego, and expect a further pinching of the jungle pool here. And Tristana should be banned. I don't even, it's not necessarily a BD champion. We've mostly seen it played into him, but I can't imagine he can leave that one open here. But it's going to be Talia taken away first.
So much respect shown to that pick. It's incredible. I mean, BDD right now is getting 2 bans, even if the Talia is in the second phase. Still counts. And Azir, I mean, it's a top meta pick, but again, banning that early against BDD. Lee Sin also taking off the cards, trying to target Canyon a little bit. Again, Maokai is available again, but do they want to pick it up in this scenario?
As Kalin having a bit of a laugh. Hey, a respect ban.
I guess they want to play Renekton.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me as the immediate response to come through is over there.
You know what's open is Cannon this time. Was banned in game 1. Could be another option into the Renekton. You know, you have the range, you can go Shiv. It's not nearly as strong as the Quinn was. But instead, they'll just take away the Renekton for themselves.
Is Dplus just going to double Shiv?
Yeah.
Might happen. Might happen, Valdez.
Yeah, they will.
And what is going to be the pick? Maokai is still available, but will struggle into the Viego early. You know, there's this champion that is really strong on this patch. Great 2v2.
Xin Zhao, right?
I can't believe we're seeing Xin Zhao before we see Rek'Sai, but I do actually really like Xin. I think that you want to pair LeBlanc, even in this state, with something that can try and go for early plays, and Dplus. It's a squishy composition, but it's one with a lot of power, and BDD is gonna pull out his TF. KT staying true to themselves here.
You gotta love it. KT's one of those teams that it's really difficult to ban against already and to pick against. I think Atlas was talking about this a lot on the desk as well. It's a team that can play a lot of different styles. A 1-3-1, you can really essentially throw anything to them and they will be willing to roll with the punches. And so this time they're gonna have TF for BDD, Renekton for Keen. More of a straight up composition, but definitely still can get some side lane pressure. The question is, can it do that against LeBlanc and Cannon with Shiv?
Yeah, and
I don't think so.
Also, I'm worried about the bot lane matchup because Draven and Nautilus is very strong, but we have seen in the last game as well that Deft is very adept at this Lucian. And fortunately, up until the final pick, I was worried, but then I saw BDD's TF and I'm like, hey, no problem. The window between where he will have roam timers though is a lot smaller than usual, because the one thing that TF gets to do is shove out a wave and then look for a timer on his ultimate. But this is Shiv LeBlanc. It has some of the most broken wave clear in the game, so as soon as Showmaker finishes Shiv, I think the opportunity to help out for BDD in the side lanes is going to be severely diminished. But after game number 1, this is again not a lot of front line, a lot of 2v2, 3v3 Brow. KT in particular are going to be looking to snowball that early game with as much CC as they do, and the reset of the Viego should be able to.
Well, we'll see what happens here as we hop on the rift for game number 2. Here we are once again. Game 1 delivered. Game 2, I would imagine, will deliver, and I can only hope that we get a Game 3.
In case you were wondering if Deft chose violence, he went BTA and Ignite.
Yeah, he chose violence.
Yeah, they're looking to play very aggressively here, as expected. Kana and Showmaker both rocking the fleet footwork. And a little bit of an invade here. Level 1, obviously, for KT is quite strong between Gold Card, Nautilus, and the Viego resets. This is something that if DK don't spot, they can really, really get caught off guard and pummeled by. But I think they have a suspicion that something is not okay.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, right? Because you were just stacked on the top side of the map, and this is pro play, so...
Right.
You gotta be careful, as here comes Canyon, maybe to his death. Does charge and flash, as Lehens flashed himself, but it's still vertical jungling forced here by KT. So even though Canyon will survive, it's gonna be a while before he can farm anything. He is gonna get started on his Krugs, as level 2 is hit here for Cuz.
Should be able to take those away, and Xin Zhao his level 2 is actually insanely strong, and crucially, Aiming and Lehens are not going to get access to the first wave here. And now there's a possibility to collapse. as Canyon hasn't taken another skill yet, but Cuz might be in trouble.
Oh, he is in a lot of trouble. He does have Flash. Will he elect to use it over the wall?
Oh!
Yes, he will, and he dies anyway, as Showmaker will take him down. First blood to the LeBlanc on 13-11. This is a problem for KT.
Remember when, as Lehens got to lane earlier because of his Hack Flash, so he's already level 2, quite funny there. Remember when I talked about the roaming window for BDD? The point where he isn't going to be permanently shoved into his turret. And I say that, but we haven't talked about BDD as, Deft.
Deft does have Flash, but he's not going to use it. Takes a ton of damage. Will go down as he flashes too late. Aiming takes a bunch of damage on the backside of this one as he is burning down, but he will live in the trade. And so that's a kill already on the Draven.
And that is a really big mistake. Deft not flashing the hook. Not respecting the early game damage. There's also Ignite and Exhaust on Aiming and Lehens. And this early game is popping off. Cuz now looking for an opportunity here. Showmaker does have his flash, but no clone.
Well, there's one player who will absolutely respect.
Oh, yeah.
And it is Showmaker. He really doesn't want to die early. He knows that if he can just get to his Shiv, he's going to be in a great spot. He's LeBlanc. He has insane mobility, so he can just play it safe even without his phone.
Anyway, I want to talk about BDD because he might be going for a whole nother build. We'll see what he actually ends up going. But
it's
here,
Shiv.
It might just be Shiv, but I hope it's something else. We'll see. As we see Cuz getting collapsed on here, Kellen and Deft joining in this play, though, actually ends up being their undoing later on, as Deft opts to not flash, tries to sidestep the hook, but can't fool Lehens like that. And even if Aiming goes down, like, that's not worth, but Aiming is completely fine and lives. But BDD, so there are a couple of different builds. This might just end up being Shiv, as you point out. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the
Showmaker
case.
just TP'd bot, by the way.
Okay, cool.
I think it's definitely Shiv, by the way.
Yeah. No, it is. Well, we know now for sure. But even before the Shiv meta, we saw a lot of ADTF with Triforce, but no, BDD is just going to match, which should help out a lot, considering that Showmaker is not just going to have perma-prio. Showmaker's roam not quite working out.
Yeah, and they need some source of AP anyway, so I think it makes sense. You got to match the push, and so BDD will go for that. As I don't know what Showmaker was really trying to accomplish, maybe hoping that a gank would come through and that he would be able to be there on a really weird timing. But yeah, he's able to get into mid, and he will be able to get this big wave. Not a big deal. And things will slow down from here. Curious about how the top lane is going to go as well. If Keen can kind of withstand, he's not going to be building Shiv himself, at least I hope not, into the Kennen, who is Kana right now. And so maybe Kana will get to have his fun this game around.
Yeah, Kana definitely not having the best of time, as he is showcasing, if I'm not mistaken, the Nuguri skin, which very nice on his end. Showcasing, and it does also have the Cull. So Keen is able to withstand the early pressure, but did go for a Doran's Shield and a Doran's Blade, so a lot of investment just in laning power is going to delay his spikes pretty substantially. And once Kana hits his Shiv and finishes his Cull, life is going to be pretty tough for the KT top laner. Early though, as expected, Aiming with the early kill, has been able to maintain a lot of pressure here on this lane, as Dirk as well, and that should be the first Drake going over to KT.
Well, yeah, should be. Looks like Cuz will start that up. Here's Cannon, will be spotted. Level 5 for Keen is a bit of an issue.
Does he have to give up the wave again? Because that would be a really big look at how close he is to level 6. Should hit it very early on here, but I don't think
he's got to kill some kind of minions here.
I think he hit it off of this, yeah.
Okay, so he does get 6. And Canyon's still hanging around. He knows he's spotted, so Cuz is going to take Infernal Drake at level 4 and get that for free. Canyon is spending a lot of time on the top side of the map, but no, he's just going to take the Krugs and back away. They don't want to dive a Renekton, who is level 6.
Yeah, there's also the threat of BDD making his way over with the TF. Is getting pressured in by Showmaker now, but between teleports and the ultimate being available, you always got to be a little bit respectful. And Keen is This is, I think, karma. You know, you pick Quinn,
It's
you
Renekton,
get cannons. It's just it's karma for picking Renekton specifically. I'm on board. No, I'm on board with that. Oh, you were.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not the champion karma. It's Renekton. I mean, I had to get in one. I mean, it's, you know, short broadcast.
Yeah, no,
you know,
I
there's
get
not
it.
a lot of time.
I get it. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
okay.
not hurt. It's okay.
We understand what you were saying, though. Now it's Kana's chance to get his turn, right?
His opportunity. Yes, that's what I was hoping for. Not the best crash there. I might even say a subpar one from Def and Kalen, as Aiming is just going to be able to catch most, if not all, of the CS and further solidify his lead. And that is a BF sword and Dirk Draven into just... He didn't get it, did he?
No, he missed the cannon. He tried to slice it.
I was talking about Kana and the plate.
Oh, I don't know about that. I was watching Keen miss the cannon.
Okay, well, I think they both missed it, so, you know, that's...
Nice.
Parity, at the very least. Unless Kana did pick it up, in which case, good for him. As Herald being started up here for Dplus. And even with lands roaming over, I don't know if there is a contest opportunity here. Might already be gone.
I mean, he's still hanging around. I mean, one eye hit and a smite gets it, and yeah, Canyon just takes it down. To be expected when you currently don't have any pressure in the top lane. And now it's pushing away from Keen, and the enemy jungler is here. So it's just a nightmare scenario for our Renekton player. And so that brings Cuz up. He's got to be there to help.
And right now, Canyon haven't really found anything besides the early game play. We see BDD as well. Every time that he moves into a side lane, the rest of Dplus has to be very, very careful, making sure that they don't overextend, because if you get the side lanes ahead, a lot of the power of the Dplus comp also goes away, because we haven't really talked about it too much, but both of these comps ideally are going to be looking to either isolate individual targets or just get an early lead, push sides, either through Shiv or through outranging, or both in the case of Kana, and maintain pressure.
He has no idea that Lanz is here. This should be a dead melee, although he uses everything to survive, and it will be enough. But now Kellen's out of the lane. He doesn't have anything. No ult, no flash, no exhaust. So a nice little pressure point here for KT, I suppose. At least no extra kill onto Aiming.
And Kana, I don't know how much gold he has, but it's a lot. He hasn't backed since he picked up his first component. And
what's the name of that again?
So I thought it was Kercheese Shard. Kercheese.
Kercheese?
Yeah. Kercheese or Kerchise.
I thought it was Kerchesis.
I don't think there's another S at the end.
Yeah, but doesn't it look like it should have one? I mean, look at that.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
You know, like, look at it. It looks really cool. It needs some kind of epic name.
It's an arrow, right? Like, it says it's a shard, but it's just an arrow.
Yeah.
It's an arrow.
You like the shaft of the arrow as well, so okay, it's gone.
So I don't, you know, I mean, we've had this conversation a lot about how things turn into other things. How does an arrow become a Shiv? We don't know, as Deft sees Lahan's approach and quickly makes his way out as 3 Shivs. That's nothing. Like, we casted a Challengers game where there was 3 on 1 team.
Yeah, no, we're used to this. We have experience here on this broadcast. Yeah, and pretty much everybody does at this point because this is the meta.
It's pretty common. Yeah, we've seen a lot of it.
And, I mean, TF, as you mentioned, 80 builds have been a thing in the past, so why not just pick up a Shiv and go into more AP, as in goes Keen, looking for a play on the Kana. He's getting pretty low, and down will go Kana. Doesn't even elect a flash, knows he would just be followed up on. And that is a solo kill from a Renekton onto a Kenny.
And that is one of the weaknesses that you need to respect. You're not building any AP, right? Like, once the Renekton gets on top of you, your Slicing Maelstrom, your E, your W, it's not going to do a whole lot.
It's a stun.
It's just a stun.
And the base stats as in goes BDD right on top of this. Zhao doesn't care at all as here's the turn. BDD, did he go too far? He will flash away as now TP and a shutdown goes into the hands of Aiming. And the kill goes to BDD as well. Showmaker can't even get in on the kill and now he's in danger himself. This is a massive fight in favor of KT as trying to micro the little clone. Not gonna happen, doesn't matter. 2 kills more here for Aiming.
And that is going to be an incredible gold swing here. Starts off with Keen, and it all snowballs from here, right? Keen getting this 1v1 means that he is able to join the fight, whereas Kana is not. So we start to see the setup.
Oh, 나이스! 긴 나이스!
Keen 나이스.
And here, there's a teleport opportunity. So the initial play not working out, Kenyon has his ultimate, he's completely fine. But what happens next is an overextension and attempt to kill BDD who has flash. Teleport comes in, but even without that, it's already kind of a disaster. Showmaker goes in, gets exhausted immediately by Aiming, doesn't get the kill, used his flash to try and get that kill, and as a result, it is a incredibly big gold swing here. And Deft also went Shiv, so I guess we have 4. Which that helps, maybe because he can clear waves even if he can't walk up to the wave because he's against the Draven that's ahead. Nice!
Yeah, perfect. Okay, Cuz in some trouble. He is going to try to Heartbreaker away, but he's got a LeBlanc on top of him. Will survive. Already has Divine Sunder, and he is okay. And yeah, as you were mentioning, you might not even be able to walk up to the wave. Deft is going to have to flash, as he can't even survive standing here, down 2,000 gold.
BDD doesn't even have ult, right? You see BDD roam towards the river, but it doesn't matter. And
straight up 2v2.
That 1 kill was surmountable, that Aiming got due to Deft not respecting. But as soon as these next 3 kills have come through, the game is going to be almost unplayable for the bot lane. Canyon, I don't know if you win this 1v2, guys.
Dominus here, teleport available, and now they are really going to have to burst down this Renekton, but it is Renekton after all. One more auto could do it, and finally, Kana will take him down, and here's the Draven from downtown as Kana tries to flash away, loses his life, and now Showmaker is on the run as BDD will stand alone at the end. Now he's got 3 kills. Why not?
And Dplus, it's too much shivs, man. Like, yes, the shiv is strong, but in plays like that, in the all-in, it doesn't really have the utility that a lot of the other picks have. Like a lot of the other items, rather. Imagine if that is just a normal LeBlanc, if that is a Kana that has a rocket belt, then you might be fine. But now KT is just running away with this game. BDD on one of his trademark picks, able to have the impact.
Yeah.
And
Showmaker.
it's a 5k deficit. Dplus in absolute shambles, and KT with 2 back-to-back amazing plays, setting themselves up for a quick 2-0, nothing to see victory here.
Yeah. And there's a reason I actually checked, again, every single one of us on the global broadcast voted for KT in this matchup. We saw the upswing of KT playing against strong teams, holding their own, winning 3 matches, whereas DK have been struggling. And even though you could say, okay, game 1 was close, this one not as close. A lot of these very close fights, again, trying to force this onto a Renekton, it's just not going to work.
The good news is they would have won the 1v2, you know, based on that.
Yeah.
Which I wasn't even sure about going into the play, but then, Kana with the flash when the auto is already in the air.
You got to know that that's available, right? You have to know that BDD has teleport, as now Kana's dead again, and that'll be the end of him. Keen gonna pick up this kill. This BDD just doing his job. Already has Everfrost as well, like, geez. You're not getting away from this TF.
Yeah, because the best part is, you get ult to CS and you have your TF passive. So you're shiving, and then you're also getting all the extra gold. So he is also the free kills, you know. And
that helps,
and the first turn block.
It's pretty good.
That helps.
And yeah, even the attack speed is good for him. You get those extra hits as, anyway, enough theory crafting. Canyon's going in onto Lehens, who is getting pretty low. Does go down as Canyon trying to take out his rage onto the Nautilus as the blast cone will pick up another kill for aiming, who just keeps on stacking the gold.
Oh boy. And KT see Dplus make a desperation play.
Oh boy.
It just doesn't work.
The stride is being broken right now. Kane's like, we don't need to go Gore Drinker. And yeah, nice little fire kick to get them away, but Showmaker really playing with fire here. This is what he's supposed to do, though.
Actually, credits to Keen. We didn't talk about it last game, but the stride breaker on Renekton has so much more value when you're playing into ranged matchups. And no matter who Keen is going to face between Kana and Showmaker, it's always going to be ranged. Like, as we saw last game, actually, as shown by Kana, getting Gore Drinker value when you're playing into a whole lot of ranged characters, not really a thing you can do. And in game number 1, you know, from the get-go, we're like, okay, so there are angles for Dplus. Yes, KT has a lead, but this game, even though it's not looking very close right now, there are angles. Right now, I'm like, no, I don't see the angles, because the problem is the shove and... Oh, God, he's dead. He's dead again.
Yep, that hook is going to come in, and Lehens doesn't have his ult, though, so
yeah,
if he did, he was pretty close, right? Assuming Lehens has his ult.
Small victories.
Kana would be dead, but he's alive. He's fine.
Yeah, life is not good for Dplus, and this is the reason why. Because whichever type of side lane collapse you're trying to get, no matter how you're trying to leverage, you're not going to be able to outsmart BDD and his TF. This is something that KT have shown how to use, and even when they are in deficits, at times have been able to find angles back into the game with. But Dplus are going to keep on trying here. And they'll get a turret with a bounty, so that's something.
Just barely. Will they have to pay for it is the question. I mean, Lehens is coming over. It is LeBlanc who is just going to TP away. That's pretty rough. As, oh man, they're even cutting off the rest of them as Kellen getting flashed on. They just want some blood, and they will get it. Lehens gonna pick it up with his hook. And maybe he'll be able to pick up his first item, I guess. But yeah, a nice little rotation comes over from KT. They spot it coming in. Lehens walking way too far forward, but actually eating a bunch of the damage, and he stays alive for so long. And they will get this kill onto the LeBlanc. Showmaker just trying his best to get anything on the map right now.
And with this, KT is staking their claim, making obvious the difference between them and Dplus. Right? We are going to have a much better idea of the relative strength of our teams after this week, because DK play both KT and Gen G, and KT plays T1 and Dplus. And that Telecom War is shaping up to be amazing. This series,
we already see the shape of this series.
We really do. Yeah. And I think KT's fine in this one. You know, we like to meme around a lot about KT and what happens when you put a little bit too much faith in them, but in this particular game, I think they'll come through.
Yeah, I think it's fine. As you see, Showmaker's going in. He's trying to land the chains, but the second you get CC chains, you're dead. It doesn't matter how much mobility you have. So that's part of the reason why this Nautilus is good into the LeBlanc. They see it picked up, and you've got Nautilus and Viego together, and even Draven's got his own little knockaway. So if you chain it all, you can 100-0 Showmaker, especially from this far ahead.
All right. Eventually, I figured it out, okay? Like, how do Dplus, how do we get to a 3-game series?
Please tell me, because I have no idea.
Eventually, you hit enough shivs, and like Kellen can buy one and Canyon can buy one, and then KT can never end because every minion wave is gone. Always.
Okay.
Yeah. So they can't end.
What would happen if there was never a minion wave?
Well, you can't push anything because of the...
I think the team that's ahead can just push ahead of the minion wave and just force a fight,
Well, I mean,
right?
obviously, they just get Baron and then you can't clear the minion wave. And
or
you can also dive, or you can get Elder, or...
Yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff you can do.
Team's just going to TP early. It doesn't look like they really needed him. Although the damage does look to be a little bit slow, funnily enough, as now the TF ultimate comes in. They spot Canyon, who is trying to get something going on the Lehens, but again, he doesn't have enough, and he will be going down. As the Viego Cuz here is getting everything. They're all lined up here. The Slicing Maelstrom is pretty good, but the damage is not quite there as Cuz is getting the resets, picks up a double, and this should be an ace in favor of KT Rolster. They take it down, a quadra kill for Cuz. It's 17-4, and KT want to send them home early.
That's a clean ace! Valdes, KT showcase why they are our most dominant team when they get an early lead. They're not going to give any time, no opportunities, no shift shenanigans, just a 22-minute Baron push into the Nexus.
This was brutal. I mean, they really stuck it to them here in game number 2. There was never an angle for DK, and KT will pick up the swift 2-0 tonight. Game number 1 required a lot of finesse. They got across the line. Game number 2, they just took their club and beat them over the head with it. And that's fine too. That can get you wins. BDD with the focus from production. As KT will be very happy with their victory tonight. DK will have to go back, and I think there is a lot to learn from the series, at least. If you want to take one positive for DK, perhaps you can say, well, I think KT showed a lot in terms of strategy, in terms of play style, and perhaps they can learn from that, because otherwise you're not getting much out of this one.
And for Dplus, game number 1 was close, it was competitive. Yes, they lost early, but at least they were able to match in game 2. 0. None of that. Keen got counter picks and solo killed his opponent. And
not the first time.
Not the first. He has been doing a whole lot of that.
Not the last.
Cuz got killed once early on, level 2. Then after that, they played a beautiful Viego, but that man in the mid lane, BDD, 2 beautiful games, 1 on the Talia, 1 on the Twisted Fate.
This sign that keeps showing it, it says BDD Bobby Boo, right?
Nice.
From Cinderella.
Yeah, no, I
I got there in the end, yeah. And yeah, BDD doing some magic.
And Lahans, again, just pick him Nautilus, and he'll be happy.
He did his job.
He did a great job. Really...
Lahans fan.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah.
And KT, we can very clearly say Dplus, I don't know where they'll end up right after all the standings are done for this week, but they have some serious work to do if they want to get even remotely close to the level of some of our other top teams. They're facing Gen G this week as well.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear. I like the way you phrase it, because our top teams right now, I think KT have entered the pack.
They are.
It's like we have a new
100%.
challenger, because for so many seasons in a row, it was T1
Gen G.
Gen G T1, T1 Gen G, Gen G T1. Okay, well now we have KT. And much like Dom1 Gaming of past, we have a new challenger. KT are stepping up to the plate early on in summer.
And
that's what the Draven is supposed to do, by the way.
Yeah, and it's KT looking amazing, and it's Dplus again losing, I think, kind of track of what needs to happen in this one. This early all-in, as extreme as it was, with a teleport disadvantage, was never going to work out. And then by the time, the funniest part to me, by the time that Keen arrives, like the fight is basically already won, right? Because the instant exhaust from aiming. BDD playing so cleanly on his TF. Just a beautiful game. And plays like this make you really go, oh God, Dplus, no. Things were not going well, because this is a bit of a hard force here, Valdes.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
I mean, at some point, Canyon says, well, I'm Xinjiao, right? I have to do something aggressive. Otherwise, I sit here and lose. And it was desperate. Didn't feel good at the end, no doubt. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's over. Ended? They're like, it might not be over. Oh, no, it's over.
It was.
Some discussion about whether it was over or not. It was over. It's over. Lahans is really pushing that forward. It is over. If they come out, we kill them.
And he was right.
와 22.
나이스 우리 팀.
나이스요.
와.
나이스.
하마 나이스 하마.
Lance with his Griffin shout out.
Great job aiming, said someone. And he did do a great job. And after all that, Keen did the most damage in the game. I don't think the damage numbers mattered too much in this one, to be honest.
Well, you know what? Obviously, not really about that, but I'm still, again, the fact that Keen gets countered and then does this is deeply impressive, and also spells a lot of troubles for the top side of Dplus. Kana, game number 1, not necessarily on him. Game number 2, very much so. You need to know how the matchup changes. Obviously, Renekton always has an all-in, but like with Shiv especially, can't ever let him get on top of you. One misclick.
Absolutely. I mean, we highlighted that going into the series, right? And KT's top side of the map did not disappoint. So that was a really fun series. KT able to take the 2-0. Let's go over to the space and see what they have to say about this one.
Thank you very much, guys. Less things to say, I feel, about this one. Very more one-sided game here on this side of KT, who snowballed once again rather quickly in the game. Let's take a look at the draft to see what kind of changes we saw on both sides and from both teams. Twisted Fate coming in answer to LeBlanc, and a Cannon on top side. What are the highlights here? What kind of picks have been defining, you would say? Any specificities here?
There's a lot of single target lockdown here for the side of KT Rolster, and I think the composition is trying to be. We didn't really like the draft that much. Obviously they won, so ultimately it doesn't matter, but I think the idea here is single target lockdown, get cash-ins in the mid game, and then hope the Draven can carry you through. You have the ability to set up for that across the map with this Twisted Fate pick, which is decent into LeBlanc, can lock her down regardless of her distortion. Same to be true of the Cannon, right? But ultimately this game, I feel like we got robbed of a sick third game. I feel like game 1 was like so good. Some early game mistakes from Dplus meant their composition could never come online. And if they could have just staved off the pressure and not opted into those fights, the Shiv comp would have been so oppressive later on. It's just really sad because I think Dplus had a beautiful draft here. The execution left us wanting.
It didn't quite work out. I think definitely eyes drawn towards the top side of the map for a few of those misplays. I think Kana had a bit of a stinker in this one, but the bottom lane as well. It's a linchpin that DK normally stick behind and it works out, right? Kellen and Deft have been very, very strong. In this game, Aiming got ahead extraordinarily. We were joking about the fact that his cash-in wasn't very good because he got it too early. It was a bit obscene, the amount of advantage that they were able to get. And when Dplus Kia doesn't have an advantage in the bottom lane, they look like they don't necessarily understand what to do with what they have. And on the opposite side of things, KT, they never really care whether Aiming's ahead or not because they play through their top side of the map every single time, and it only gets easier if they have a Draven that is absolutely gigantic on top of everything else.
Let's keep a focus on the Draven here and talk me through what happened in the early game because it was a bit messy. KT invading, yoinking the red buff as we see here, but the rest of Dplus collapses onto Kaz, who ends up dying after a flash, but and after this one, Aiming manages to get the first kill. So who won this play and why?
I think this is definitely a win on the side of KT. So while you do end up losing Cuz, Deft actually and Kellen both went up to try to help guarantee the kill. Weren't really involved. This means level 2 goes over to Aiming, and this was pushed in. Aiming actually lost so much control because he was also involved in that red side invade that it looked like guaranteed. I mean, he lost half a wave of minions, and then I was watching this play and I kind of looked away for a second. I was like, wait, how did they have level 2 first? It's because Deft and Kellen both went up to try to chase Cuz there, lost all that experience, and then it's just a really clutch exhaust into hook play there. But massive advantage is getting a kill onto the enemy Viego means much less than this early Draven lead in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I have to add that I actually felt like it was a big mistake in the draft to leave up the Melio when the Yuumi was banned, right? And we've seen Melio be very, very powerful when paired with Draven. That this was something that Dplus has used very, very well. Even though we saw it lose a couple of times in our first series of the day, I kind of thought that it was going to be a little bit of a different story. And of course, you can use it with the Lucian as well to great effect. So you see KT picking away the Draven, and I'm like, it's not really an aiming pick. But then to do this, to be able to get these advantages, and what I had to realize was that actually it's not about aiming getting a Draven. It's about Lehens getting Nautilus.
And getting a Draven fed.
And then having access to Hex Flash. This guy is a Hex Flash maniac. and he was all over the map in the early game. It was absolutely insane.
I like how he was identified as Enchanter and Yumi abuser for so long, but he's been popping off on
He's
this
a
on this
Sinch one
champion
trick,
so
let's
far.
be honest.
We identified that top lane kind of missed the mark on the side of Dplus here. What kind of mistakes do you identify also on the global comp for Dplus? Where what could have they done better?
I think that some of the ways, like when they fell behind, they started to get desperate. And I think that they didn't really need to. They could have just said, all right, look, Deft, the game is no longer about you. You're going to be 20 CS down. Just sit back and defend. Let's just try to give up some Drakes, play for sides. Let's get these shivs online. Then let's play poke. Let's play a slow game. Our comp is beautiful in 5v5s. But instead, they opted into like forcing fights over and over and over again. And Canyon, I think he was the biggest defender. He was going in no matter what all game long. And as a result, the lead became so massive for KT that they just took over the entire map and it was unplayable. We never got to see the LeBlanc factor. We never got to see the Cannon and team fights.
And the thing that's really difficult is that KT's composition snowballs so beautifully. So even if you do like just try and sit back and play for sides, that's exactly what a Twisted Fate wants you to do. He's like, oh, go to a side lane, I'll teleport on top of you and you'll be dead. And he did that multiple times over and over again. And some compositions are just better than others when it comes to getting a lead and making it absolutely massive. And that's precisely what KT did. And they did it expertly as well. I don't want to take away from their ability to play out their composition in any way because we've seen them do Twisted Fate comps and it's just a joy to watch.
No excitement still. For now, we'll see when they win Worlds, maybe. Let's take a look at the second highlight here, maybe, to see what happened and how KT managed to play around these objectives.
Yeah, so early burn here on the ultimate for the Xin Zhao here for Canyon means that when he goes back in here, no longer has any survivability. He just gets burst down here by aiming. It's another cash in here in this early game. And then Showmaker's exhausted, can't make an impact. And this is just at this stage after, on the top side of the map, the Cannon is killed. It's essentially an unofficial ace here. Amy's picking up all this gold. And Dplus opted to an early Drake fight into a Draven that has a lead. And why? And for what? You know, it's just not the right call.
It's like 4v5, which is probably in the cons column. And then it's also where behind a whole bunch of gold, they have positional advantage. It was just a lot of things going against Dplus here that they just kind of fell face first into.
Forcing desperate plays here on their side. We had Keen as the player of the game in game one. Let's reveal who got selected here in game two. And we were talking about him, Lehens, initiating beautifully again with this.
I like this one.
Yeah, I didn't see this one coming, but I respect it a lot. We actually ultimately voted for Keen because he was somehow able to crush Kana in the top side of the map. I think that was a lot of what this game was about. BD, another consideration for us, but I mean, Lehens, his ultimates were fantastic. He caught the LeBlanc several times in this game too, and getting that early kill on the Deft was backbreaking, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think this is actually the perfect angle. So I'm glad that we were made to look a little bit foolish on this one because this guy, I said it before, and I can't believe I didn't think to just put the vote his way. This moment here was a little bit of just winning more after winning a whole lot. I think Cuz will probably get quite a few of these votes as well, as never mind. It was all about the solo lanes and Lehens, so Cuz just not even getting a look in.
And a little aiming vote down there as well for the Korean casters. I thought aiming...
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Uncharacteristically really good game of Draven.
No, he was absolutely fantastic. And when you're looking at aiming in a matchup against Deft and you're like, nice work aiming, that's when you know that KT are looking pretty good. That's all I'm saying.
I want to preview the rest of the week and especially the banger matchups we're going to have on Saturday. But first, the interview is ready on stage. Dear, take it away.
Hey guys, this is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Keen and Lehens on the side of KT roster. Congratulations.
리엔즈 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 두 분 소감 한 말씀씩 먼저 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 기인 선수.
Just wanted to ask, how do you feel, Keen?
되게 기분 좋은 것
Like it was a clean 2-0 victory. I'm very happy about that. What about you, Lehens?
두 분 다.
Yeah, I'm happy that we won the 2-0 win.
기분 좋으실 것 같은데요. 또 3연승까지 이뤄내셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면
Now this is your third consecutive victory.
기인 선수 무려 854일
Keen,
만에 LCK의 퀸이
you picked Quinn after 854 days. Quinn is actually widely known as Renekton's counter, but it has its risks at the same time. So what made you go for static Quinn? Yeah, it's a pick that has its risk, but in a stage, I feel like you kind of have to go for risky plays. I feel like with the wave clear that you get from Static, I figured that was a good pick. Not only you were managing side lanes as Quinn, but you were also the playmaker during team fights. So what's your secret to converting the champion's weakness into strength? Oh, I felt like I feel like since I got so big in the beginning of the game, I felt like, oh, I just have to go full in and just show them what I got. And in the last moment of Game 1, you were pushing through the enemy's inhibitor turrets when the opponent started Drake, so let's take a look at the replay. You could have backdoored here, but you chose to regroup with your team, so what was your thought process? I feel like with the angle here, we believe that it would be a really good opportunity to kind of start a team fight here. Lihan, after Game 1, voice comms caught you say, why are we in such a hurry? And you gave them such quick feedback. So which moment do you think could have gone better? It wasn't a particular moment, but I felt like our comms were getting a little too panicked or hurried. But, you know, when Keen was just going on his way, I felt like we could have done better for him, just set up for him, but sorry about that, Keen, we could have done better. Keen, in Game 2, you took Renekton. The early game, you asserted your dominance with a solo kill at top. And BDD was so happy. We heard him say, Keen, nice! Did you expect the game to go smoothly from here? So after the solo kill, we were working on getting Drake, and we had so many options from there, so I felt like the game was going really well. Lehans, you really showed us why you picked Nautilus, and we saw how good the synergy with Nautilus was, so what were you guys trying to capitalize off this comp? Nautilus is just really easy to play. So as always, I play him. Even if I die, I feel like I can just do a one-man's role. So it was really a good pick for our account. Can I ask you why you guys added static TF to the comp? It's actually such a big secret. But before the game started, BDD was like, "Is static good?" I feel like BDD didn't even know that he was going to play TF today. And Lihan, this is actually your second POG with Nautilus. You must be quite confident with this champ. Nautilus as a champion is pretty simple. You just gotta hook and then ult, and that's really all you gotta do. So it's pretty much my team carrying me from there on. And that's just as expected from the Summer's KT. From drafting to macro, everything was flawless. We can tell you put in a lot of effort and time into practicing. So what do you think? What more do you have to show us? Instead of practicing or prepping, I feel like everyone just has so much experience. You know, we're pretty old for pro gamers, so I feel like we have the ability to pick out any card whenever in any situation. And now next you will play T1. It's another important match, so let's hear your resolution into your next match. In spring, we lost a lot against them, so we will make sure that we win this time. Lihan, for the next match, we want to make sure that we prepare and get a clean victory against them. This will be the end of the interview with Keen and Lihan, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, as always, for wonderful translation and some preview of the matches to come on Saturday. So with this one, with Dplus performance, with KT performing so well, how are we anticipating matches on Saturday?
Oh, I think the first one, our Saturday showdown, which is going to be Gen.G taking on Dplus, that has gone down a little bit in excitement level based on what we have seen. However, the telecom war looking real spicy. That's
really
what I'm
does.
saying.
The thing I want to say about Dplus in this series is while we did have a really rough game too, and the top side looked honestly pretty abysmal there, it wasn't a good look. The game one look and how they handled that lead that KT had gives me some hope that if they can actually bounce back mentally from this series, maybe they can play a close one against Gen.G. Gen.G not looking perfect either, so I'm still feeling Gen.G right in that Saturday showdown, but at the same time, I think we got to see some really good stuff from Dplus in half of this series, and I think if that translates well, maybe there's still hope.
And also, Gen.G versus Dplus has always proven to be a good series. We've seen it so many times, best of fives, whether it be international best of fives, whether facing off against each other or in the playoffs, like it just always delivers. So I'm hoping that we get more of that. I lost my hair from this matchup, so like I'm.
Are you gonna bet again, or?
I'm never betting on anything ever again.
All right.
I learned my lesson.
Let's take a quick look at the standings though, because things have changed here in the LCK Summer standings with KT taking the second place here. And Dplus not having the start we expected going into summer season.
Yeah, I mean, think about this too, like in an alternate reality where KT, remember they won game one against Gen.G, and we had the Shiv pause, and they didn't look themselves the rest of that Gen.G series. If they had won that, we'd be looking at a 6-0 KT right now at the top of the standings. Or, sorry, assuming they won, of course, the T1 series. Now, they would be at 5-1 at the top of the standings, potentially going to 6-0 if they beat T1. I mean, KT could be our strongest team in the LCK. I think it's still too early to tell, but this team is on fire right now. Seems to be a great meta for them. And I think credit where it's due, this team right now deserves your respect, it deserves your trust, I would say. So I think maybe, is it time for a little...
Don't.
It may be your birthday, but I will beat you.
It's not happening. Not even a little bit. Let's focus on tomorrow's matchup, shall we? Well, let's do that. Let's get over to that one right away.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this matchup? Kwangdong versus Nongshim in the first game and HLE versus Liv Sandbox in the second series of the day. What do we think here?
Well, we've headed to the other side of the standings. Of course, we can't have our Saturday showdown without having, the other side of the standings represented. I think that the Hammerlife versus Liv Sandbox series is actually going to be a really interesting one, really telling. Because if Hammerlife Esports continue to stumble, then that could be a big problem for this team that so many have such high expectations.
I mean, if Liv Sandbox can really show up, I mean, you start to wonder about who's actually going to get knocked out of playoffs right in our top 6. So I think that matchup's really important for both of those teams.
Yeah.
I agree.
Great day of LCK ahead once again, guys. It's been a pleasure having great content with you at the space today. Wolf, happy birthday once again.
Thank you guys so much for being so kind to me on my birthday.
Neil's birthday, man.
Neil's birthday, man. And thank you all for following at home. Stay safe, take care, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. Bye-bye.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking believe love can set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic.
기리기리 남을 만한 대역전 승리를
This is R! 30조 RRR